USDA, and so we're not allowed to have that.
Also, why?
Which one's the AI? Did they?
Butterfly or fly.
There's Israel note.
We have to, so one that says Israel's note taker is an AI.
I'm admitting people as well.
Can I kick them out?
I'm assuming you can.
Yeah, let them know that the whole meeting will be recorded. Because we'll record it through Teams, so.
Yeah, this meeting will be recorded, so you don't need a AI note taker. How do we?
It's on the right-hand side. I don't know. I don't know on Teams.
But it won't let me kick them out.
I think whoever added them whoever brought them with them needs to get rid of them.
Oh, I got it.
Say we have. All right.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
Read.ai meeting notes.
I got them.
People.
You guys, no AI note takers.
Yeah.
Humans only.
This meeting is recorded.
Yeah, and on our website.
Yep.
Good morning.
Okay, we'll just wait for more people to trickle in, but this meeting is recorded, so, and will be posted later on a website, so we'll all be able to view it later. Please mute mute your mics, please.
For sure.
Do you have a favorite?
Right.
About the names, list the names.
Ah.
There you go. I know. You have the powers.
All right.
Last week. 2 weeks ago, yeah, I did the same thing. I did the same thing.
Yeah, last week went by
In
fast.
Ellensburg last week. Pesticide Advisory and tomorrow I have a hot committee.
Invasive. Go.
I just was wondering.
Morning,
Good morning.
Wendy.
Hi, Daniel.
Nice.
Okay, so we'll get started now. It looks like most people have been added.
And 8:30.
If you're
I brought mine, it looks very silly.
in person, make sure to sign the attendance sheet in the back.
WSDA employees, everyone.
Yeah, everyone needs to sign it. And if you're online, and if you're online, please type all questions in the chat. And for pesticide license recertification credit, just have your number ready. And we'll be asking you to type that in the chat later for credit. And for everyone in person, we'll ask you to put that with your sign-in that you can write down. Any other additional questions or public comments can be sent to the Pesticide Advisory Board email, pab@agr.wa.gov, and we'll have time for comments at the end. So navigating Teams, like I said, you want to type all your questions in the chat. Make sure your camera is off and that you're muted. And as I said before, this meeting will be recorded and posted on our website. This is our agenda. We're going to do ESA updates, neonics updates, occupational acute pesticide related illness, DOH, training programs with WSDA, TSCP programs, certification and training update. A 30-minute break for lunch. And then we'll get back at 12:45 for WSU Urban IPM Outreach, Wendy Sue. We'll have an open discussion forum. And then we'll have public comment and adjourn at 2:00. All right. So if we still have some people trickling in. But we will stay on time. So we'll get started with our first ESA presentation.
Everyone just in the chat, can you add who you're representing? And then everybody, let's do introductions because this group only met in person together once
Okay,
since its inception. So
okay,
it's just a good idea. Maybe start Savannah and we'll just go around here and then people online.
okay.
Can call them out and they can introduce themselves real quick.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Fast.
I'm Savannah Richard. I'm with WSDA AES division, and I'm the communications and outreach person.
I'm Abby Nicholson, with Washington Department of Agriculture as well, and Natural Resource Agricultural Sciences Program.
I'm Tim Stein with the WSDA Pesticide Compliance Program Manager.
Aaron Avila with GS Lawn Company out of Yakima.
Good morning. I'm Bradley Farrar. I work for the Washington State Department of Labor and Industries, their Division of Occupational Safety and Health.
I'm Craig Blackwood, the Assistant Director of the long thing he just said. But that's not it.
I'm Greg Karen. I work for the Washington State Department of Ecology out of their Central Regional Office found in Yakima. I'm the manager for the Hazardous Waste Program.
Hi, Delina Blair. I'm the Policy Assistant for the Agricultural and Environmental Services Division at WSDA, and that's the division that houses the pesticide program.
I'm Kelly McLean. Like Craig, I'm the assistant director for that long thing that she just said at WSDA.
I'm Katie Buckley. I'm the program head for the pollinator program at the WSDA.
Hi, good morning. Eleanor Fanning. I'm a senior toxicologist at the Washington Department of Health in the Office of Environmental Public Health Sciences.
Hi, Brent Perry, Washington State Department of Agriculture Registration Services. I'm the program manager.
Wendy Sue Wheeler, Washington State University. I'm the director of the Pesticide Resources and Education Program and the chair of the Pesticide Advisory Board.
Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Farber. I'm with the Department of Health. I'm the pesticide epidemiologist.
Right? Thank you. And then thanks everybody for putting in the chat. We have a lot. I actually think that we have almost every single person that's on the Pesticide Advisory Board, either here in person or online.
That's great.
So thank you so much. All right.
Do you want to move forward or?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, we're still getting people, but that's okay.
okay.
We'll start out with ESA update, starting with Abby.
I'll remain sitting and talk loudly as long as everybody can hear me. It would be nice if we get a confirmation from the chat that you can also hear me.
Oh,
We're just, I'm double checking it.
it's reloading. So 1 second.
Yeah, they can hear you.
They know.
Fantastic. Stay right here then. Give it a second for the computer to think. Oh, we see your thumbs up now.
And for those that are not, I'm just gonna read it really quick while we wait for everything to load, but we've got the Washington State Potato Commission rect online. We've got Amanda from Bear online, Israel from the OIC National Farm Worker Program. We've got Steve Bennett representing the Household and Consumer Products Association, Chris Sensky with Sensky Lawn and Tree Care, Joe Herrera from Yakima Nation. Thank you for being on with us. Kevin Shoemaker from Benton County Mosquito Control, Rusty from our WSDA Compliance Program, PJ Johnson from DOH, Marie Hallinan from EPA Region 10, Dan Papineau from True Green, Eric Hodson, again, WSDA Pesticide Compliance, Harry Beal repping Beal Meadow Creek Ranch, must have been bored, he's a retired WSDA employee. Bertha Clayton from ESD, Lenora from Pesticide Registration at WSDA, Alan Felsop from WSU, Professor of Entomology and Environmental Tox, George Tuttle, who's a toxicologist with us. We've got Doug Hartfield from LNI, Sam Toshin from WSD Pesticide Registration, Tina Zimmerman, who's our program manager for licensing and research, Ryan Pessa with Western Wood Preservers Institute, Carrie from Liquor and Cannabis Board, she's their lead chemist, Dave Heimer, Noxious Weed Coordinator for WDFW. It looks like we've got Jana from Stem Milk Growers, Margaret from our Natural Resources and Ag Sciences team, Jeff Leonardini from Washington Fruit and Produce Company, and then Jay Carmody, who's with our Environmental Justice team at WSDA. So lots of great attendance online. Hopefully there'll be opportunities for you all to participate in the in-person meeting as we get moving forward. And Abby, go ahead.
Fantastic.
Is the
Navigating slides, we're almost there.
It's loading.
connection really slow?
Yes.
Okay.
Loading.
I do have it on my desktop,
All right, we might want to do that.
but I can't log in because we get one login for my.
I can log you in.
Okay.
Fantastic.
My computer's old. Oh, one minute.
So yeah, I wanted, since I spoke to this group back, let's see, it was October, I believe. We've been able to go through in our program and do several different workshops over the winter. We completed 3 successfully, one in Walla Walla. Those are dates there, Mount Vernon, and then one in Colfax. I will point out that the funding streams for these were different. Walla Walla and Mount Vernon were similar. Colfax was a bit different. And I'm going to point out those differences a little bit. So in these workshops, we're doing these in-person activities to deal with the Endangered Species Act points systems that are out and about right now, and showing people how to use it, and at the same time trying to discover gaps where people may need more assistance to comply with those things, and also pointing out inconsistencies or things that didn't quite make sense. It was a good opportunity to get information from the grower level up through us to EPA. And several of those workshops, we did have federal representation. I will say we had 2 others. And the one funding source that were supposed to be in Oregon, one was down in Medford that was going to be in February, was canceled due to lack of, essentially, we really wanted a broad scope of different kinds of people. We just didn't have a good grower participation in that, so we scaled it back. There was one in Salem that was going to be also in February. Weather delayed that one, and then we ultimately have now postponed it until the fall. As well, you know, we also wanted federal participation in those workshops, and that has been lacking recently, so we postponed those. So in these workshops, we're doing, again, in-person activities. You can see my AI generated graphic there where everybody's working together. We use Post-it notes, are a fantastic way to get some anonymous feedback. And I've found that the meeting facilitation, utilizing those systems, and especially the Post-it notes, has worked quite well for people to feel very free to give their
The screen's not being shared, Savannah.
Oh, no.
Just a second, y'all.
That was my bad.
Thank you.
Sorry. I clicked the wrong button.
Oh,
Did he accidentally take over screen sharing?
yes, I think he did.
Oh.
George, unshare.
Really, really bad connection.
We'll share in a second.
Yeah, let's take a pause, take a breather.
There it is.
Fantastic. Looks like we're sharing, presenting. Oh, good. Through the slides. We'll get there. Yeah, it is actually. That is great. Okay. So this is an example of those case studies that we were working with as for these in-person activities. We're taking kind of fields that we find via Google Maps and utilizing those as a case study for people calculating their points or looking at what is an option for that type of crop and also in that region. Go ahead, next slide. We did this is just a couple examples, but we did several other examples, and we had people break up into teams and work over these case studies for all those different types of crops in these different regions that we were in. Go ahead, next slide. In those case studies, we went through this in a stepwise process. We're kind of understanding the field, because not everybody is an expert with every type of crop in every region. And then also just learning those mitigation menus is one whole element, right? Before you ever get to calculating points. So we're trying to break it down a little bit and then evaluating those, whether they're reasonable or not for that crop and that region. And then the last thing, the step 4 is actually calculating the points, is where we'd like to get to. Next slide, please. We did not do this in every instance. We've found that talking about the 80-point National Marine Fisheries Service point system and the 9-point EPA system has been rather confusing. In most of our workshops, we kind of took away the points, but we evaluated which on those lists were reasonable or not, and we have since kind of back calculated what those points would be. Just left the actual calculation part out of it to make the learning more simple during that workshop. With the Colfax workshop, we did go into having folks actually calculate points because there was no overlap with an 80 and 9-point system there yet. So it simplified just by way of where we were, simplified the process. So we were able to do that with that group of folks. Next slide, please. So some of the things learned. So the 9-point system is relatively new. The 80-point Bulletin's Live 2, much more well-known. But the 9-point system is, yeah, I consider that to be people need to know about it still, just be introduced to it. Describing both of those systems at the same time is confusing. So honestly, we've avoided it and tried to focus the learning on what these options are, not necessarily always the points behind it, but we can still use that as an assessment. At one of our workshops, we had people learn certain mitigations and not others that didn't work quite well. That got confusing. So really every person should be being exposed to everything on that list to have a holistic understanding. Overall, when we're kind of doing some of that back calculating and also hearing from growers in the room, the general trend seems to be that irrigated annual crops typically have a lower level of points, whereas the perennial dryland crops typically have a higher number of points just associated with them based on very basic region and cropping system dynamics. So we're kind of seeing this need. It's pointing us in a direction where the irrigated annual crops may need more assistance. And also having this multiple viewpoints in the room at the same time has been key. We have that federal participation, so growers feel so they're getting their words directly to the people that are making the decisions, and that has been very helpful. And we've had quite a lot of participation from the federal folks until their funding or their travel was restricted. But up until then, it was very good. And yeah, we have everybody in the room, including industry. So we've had pretty good panels back and forth, and even up Colfax one, it really started out as a tense, I don't know, it's a palatably uncomfortable feeling in the room. And then by the time we got to the end and kind of described how the points work, especially in that region where there is quite a few points to go around, the end of the meeting was quite pleasant. So next slide. This is an example of us actually using the sticky notes. This is how people can get their information and feel rather anonymous. And we've recorded all this, and yeah, it has worked very nicely, and everybody participated. Next slide, please. For what's next kind of in the Washington realm, I'd like to see us continue to kind of teach the points, and simultaneously it has given us a wonderful structure for kind of understanding where the need is. So teaching the points and simultaneously finding those gaps where people may need more assistance. Compliance Services International, their private consulting group, along with us at WSDA assisting, were awarded a specialty crop grant. As long as that funding comes through, we're looking towards like a web service to additionally help people find what's applicable to them for their cropping system for specialty crops and the point system and everything. We have a 2-day workshop, again, with CSI facilitating that, tentatively scheduled in Vancouver, Washington for fall of 2025 as another opportunity for that information sharing at the levels. And we can integrate any changes as they come. I experienced this 2 weeks ago. As things change, there may need to be a bit of a pivot, but thanks to the wonderful world of the internet and QR codes, so far we've been able to be flexible enough to integrate those changes as we go along. All right, next slide, I think. Yeah, I wanted to touch on this final insecticide strategy changes. I think several of us in this room have been poring over that over the last couple of weeks, but some of the things that popped out to me as most impactful would be that the 9-point conservation program is included as a line item. My understanding right now is EPA is looking for a way to transparently and equitably evaluate other conservation programs to be included in that 9-point line item. That's where I see a lot of our opportunity for input. The NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service Environmental Quality Incentive Program, is one of those conservation programs right now that is eligible, so that is fantastic. And others are possible. The other thing that came out is the drift calculator. Before it was just runoff, now it has a drift tab to it in their Excel spreadsheet to help people calculate what their drift buffer will be based on a percentage of reduction based on what they're doing, like adjuvants or setbacks and other situations like that. And then there was an overall reduction in the spray drift buffer distances. Go ahead, next slide. So to me, this opportunity for input is here with their EPAs looking for this, again, approval process for 9-point conservation programs. Basically, if you're in that conservation program, you get all the points that you need, especially for runoff. We are working at WCA to put forward the STAR program, Saving Tomorrow's Agricultural Resources. It's typically been well known as a soil health program, but it has a lot of overlap between the conservation practices that are offered there and those that are on the EPA's point system. So we're trying to push that forward. And also simultaneously come up with an idea for how EPA could evaluate those programs and give that forth. And I think it can have some impact. Regarding the STAR program, there is a training tool for this STAR program happening in Yakima on Thursday. If you're interested, there's a QR code that can get you to the registration. There's an in-person element to it, but also a virtual option. So if you're interested in learning about what that is, you're more than welcome to attend. So take a snap of that QR code there. So yeah, that's what we're working on right now. I think that is my last slide. If you can, yeah, that's one. One other element I put this on here is I wanted to update you all because we have this groundwater program within the Natural Resources and Agricultural Sciences team. So this is a very brief overview. The Pasco and Walla Walla region first rounds of private well testing for pesticides is now complete. So far, the data has been showing us few and low pesticide detections, especially in that Pasco region. There were just a handful of detections out of the 40 some odd wells that they tested. So yeah, relatively low in the pesticide realm right now for that. So more coming on that. The Walla Walla sampling just got done, so we can expect analyzed results in the next few months. So we'll see, yeah, what they find. Each of these regions are slated for a second round of sampling as well. So just to be sure. Yeah, that's it for me. I think Marie is next.
Yep, we have
Thank you,
Marie Hallinan from EPA Region 10. If you just want to unmute, I can advance the slides for you.
Yeah, sound check. There, can you hear me?
Yep, good.
Awesome, great. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Marie Hallinan with EPA Region 10, where I work in the pesticide section here. I'm going to give just a brief update on ESA from the federal point of view. Going to start with a pretty broad overview. Next slide. So this is just some context of why all of this is happening in the first place. So these are a few quotes from the courts to EPA. The EPA may not avoid compliance with the ESA. It's deja vu all over again. EPA comes before this court once more because of its failure to abide by the law. EPA cannot flout the will of Congress and of the people just because it thinks it is too busy or understaffed. Before registering a pesticide, EPA must consult with the statutorily specified agencies that have expertise on risks to species survival. But for decades, EPA routinely skipped that step when it registered pesticides. So we're in this situation basically because of 40 years of noncompliance with the ESA. So these are all recent federal appeals courts decisions, and courts basically lost patience with EPA and refused to accept the lack of resources as a reason for noncompliance. So EPA thinks if we continue to get sued like this, a court would probably vacate some of our pesticide decisions and force us to pull products off the shelves. Next slide. So FIFRA is the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, and that's a risk-based approach. There's the goal of keeping tools in the toolbox, so keeping pesticides available, and while also minimizing risk to human health and the environment. So FIFRA is a statute that passed in 1947, and that was long before most of the other environmental statutes. So the Endangered Species Act passed in 1973. And under the ESA, you can't jeopardize species existence. You can't destroy or adversely modify designated critical habitat. That's still the case, as far as I know. And federal agencies must consult if an action may affect a listed species or its designated critical habitat. And registration of a pesticide is considered an action. Next slide. So under the ESA, EPA works with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA fisheries. So the role of EPA is to initiate consultations on species, define the scope of action, and conduct effects determinations or biological evaluations for those listed species. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is the federal agency that implements Endangered Species Act, and it oversees about 1,800 non-marine species. So NOAA Fisheries is the other federal agency that implements ESA, and it oversees about 100 marine species. So traditionally, EPA has been failing to undergo this consultation process during pesticide registrations. I think it's taken, that's partially because it's taken upwards of like 10 years to carry out this process for a single active ingredient. It can be extremely complicated, it's time consuming, takes a lot of time and resources. So the EPA came up with these kind of court-ordered ESA strategies as a way to try to jumpstart this process and be compliant. So EPA is expecting that the strategies will increase the efficiency of these consultations by identifying and starting mitigations for potential impacts right off the bat. Next slide. So I'm just going to focus on the herbicide and insecticide strategies, which broadly use the same framework. They're both broad approaches to help reduce spray drift and runoff transport from agricultural fields treated with conventional pesticides. So it's mostly just affecting agricultural uses at this time, and that's seeking to protect 900 federally threatened and endangered species. So there are 3 steps followed by EPA in creating these strategies. First, assessing whether mitigations are needed, identifying mitigations specific to the use and rate of a given chemistry, and then implementing the mitigations. Next slide. So there are 2 main goals in mind for all the mitigations you might see moving forward. One goal is reducing pesticide spray drift, and goal 2 is reducing runoff and erosion, basically preventing the movement of pesticides into surface and groundwaters. Next slide. The little table I made got a little thrown off in the translation, but that's okay. I think you can still understand it. So there's these 2 main mitigation types we want: spray drift and runoff. So these types might end up in 3 places under the strategies. They might appear directly on a product label. The label might direct you to go to EPA's mitigation menu website and do some steps there, or it might direct you to go to Bulletin's Live 2. That's going to contain mitigations that have a specific geographic location that's kind of based on the location of the endangered species or their habitat. Next slide. So for reducing spray drift, these mitigations might take the form of an additional buffer you need when applying the product, or an increased minimum droplet size used in the application. For runoff reduction, these mitigations may be something specific to the product or method, or might take the form of a number of mitigation points needed. Under EPA system, that might go up to 9 points. And you can earn those points based on the characteristics of your field location. For example, having a sandy soil or land slope under 3% will give you points right off the bat. If you still don't have enough points after taking those things into account, you can do different conservation practices to earn the remaining points. Next slide. So you may be able to reduce the buffer needed for the spray drift mitigation by a certain percentage by following different application practices like increasing droplet size, using a reduced rate, using a drift reducing adjuvant, using certain equipment, or having windbreaks installed. EPA's mitigation menu website has descriptions of those conservation practices you can use to earn points for the purposes of runoff reduction. I'll note here, you can see from my flow chart, we've gotten some flack for having such a complicated system, but kind of the reason that it happened this way is for flexibility. This was EPA's solution to avoid just wholesale pulling products off the shelves. The idea is to give growers options that allow people to continue using products while protecting those species. Next slide. So I'm going to focus now and just talk about that mitigation menu system, that 9-point system that applies to the runoff mitigations. Next slide. So a pesticide user can pick and choose from the menu of mitigation options to tally up to the points needed, which can go up to 9. It might be less than 9 for a particular crop or product. So the points are a simple way to convey efficacy of the practices. And again, you get some points just based on your field characteristics. You might get points based on the county you're in, the field slope, having sandy soil. You also get 1 point for keeping a written record of the measures you implement for this system. You also get 2 mitigation points for participation in a conservation program that meets certain characteristics. And you get a full 9 points for participating in an EPA qualified program. So Abby had mentioned the NRCS EQUIP program is one that's been designated EPA certified. If you participate in that program, you get the full 9 points and you don't need further mitigations. I know EPA is hoping to add more in the future and have them listed on a website, so stay tuned. So if you don't automatically qualify based on those characteristics on the left, you have the option to use methods such as the ones on the right to get additional points to get up to the number you need. Next slide. So let's look just on those county-based mitigation relief points for Washington. Next slide. So EPA looked at every single county in the contiguous United States and categorized each county based on how vulnerable it is, based on its geography, different characteristics, to pesticide runoff. So they did the same thing for Washington State, and you can see kind of the results here. So EPA designated 3 counties in Washington State, the ones in red there, as a medium risk of pesticide runoff. So those counties designated as medium earn 2 points. That go towards that 9-point mitigation number. So most counties in Washington State were designated as low pesticide runoff risk, and those ones earned 3 points. And the remaining counties, I think they're all in eastern Washington, are designated very low risk, and any fields in those counties get 6 points. So for example, if you had a pesticide label that says you need 6 points and you're located in Walla Walla County, you're good to go. No further mitigation is needed unless otherwise specified on the label or in Bulletins Live 2. Next slide. Here's a link to EPA's mitigation menu website. There's a lot of additional information and recommendations here. EPA recommends doing planning in advance, if able to, based on the products you think you'll need in a given year. The website has mitigation menu options and definitions for what those terms mean. It also gives spray drift buffer reduction options. Next slide. So something else you can find on this website is a calculator that Abby also mentioned, where you can input info on the specific product you'd like to use and the field where you're using it to make sure you're reaching the necessary mitigation level you need. So there are tabs addressing runoff and drift requirements, and you can do things like add tabs for additional fields you have that might have different characteristics. So using and saving this calculator would count as mitigation tracking and would be worth that additional mitigation point. Next slide. So the implementation of all these different kinds of mitigations is going to be phased in as part of the registration process for pesticides. So that's for new conventional active ingredients. and it's going to be added to existing products through the registration review process. So EPA reviews every registered pesticide at least every 15 years to ensure that it can continue to function basically without causing unreasonable adverse effects to either human health or the environment. So each review is unique. They all go through the basic process, which has those 6 different steps. Any step with an asterisk up there also includes a public comment period. And the reality is that most of the existing product label changes are several years away, although new products are going to incorporate the ESA label changes. Next slide. This is what applicators need to do. They need to check labels to see if there are any ESA mitigations and check bulletins live too to see if there are any additional measures based on location. So you can check bulletins for up to 6 months prior to the application, and that bulletin will be good for that entire 6 months. And important to note that bulletins are considered an enforceable part of the label. Next slide. So here are some timelines for EPA's ESA actions. All these different dates address deadlines under the court-ordered settlement agreement for all the strategies, except for the Hawaii one, which wasn't part of the settlement. So the most recent one to come out was the insecticide strategy, which just came out last month. Fungicide strategy is the one that's still TBD. And so the Hawaii strategy, the reason for that, the goal is to develop as many protections as possible for Hawaii species. Hawaii has the most listed species of any state. So there's a lot of progress that can be made towards compliance by protecting those species specifically. Next slide. This is just an illustration of how EPA is responding to feedback. So originally there was quite a stir about these pesticide use limitation areas, or PULAs, where there were whole kind of wholesale restrictions on pesticide use based on species location. So EPA is listening to feedback and is really trying to improve this process. You can kind of see how this happened for this one county in Georgia, where there was originally a county-wide restriction that got, after hearing a lot of input and feedback from different folks, went from 100% of the county down to 7% of the historical habitat for the species, and they got refined down again to a very small amount of the county, kind of based on where that vulnerable species is actually located. So I think there's a high level of responsiveness to data or to kind of case studies as they happen. Next slide. So yeah, thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm able to answer. If you run into any issues relating to this mitigations, we're very interested to hear about it. Everything that's kind of been done is still theoretical, kind of based on what the court ordered. What we need now are reports from actual pesticide users on what strategies work and don't work, types of mitigations that are viable or not viable. Please share feedback anytime with me, or there's an ESPP email address. I think it's just espp@epa.gov. That's an email address you can also use for help with technical questions as they arise based on these mitigations. And that's what I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Marie. We have a couple of minutes for questions.
Yeah, can I actually tee something up? So you got to hear our advisory board members both in the room and online. So you got to hear from Abby what we're doing. You got to hear from EPA why we're doing it and all the pieces that they're putting together. Are there any things you'd like to see differently or included? There's a fall workshop that hasn't gone forward yet. Are there things that you're hearing that you're thinking, oh, it'd be really helpful if we had this? Or, you know, you're advising us, right? That's the whole point of the advisory board. So I'm just asking if there's anything that you didn't hear about today that you would hope to see in this ESA process. And if you're online, you can unmute yourself and offer it up if you're not in the room. And if not, that's okay. I mean, this is the kind of the build the plane while flying it. We'll be doing this for a really long time. And so, you know, as Abby said, she was ready to present something on a Wednesday and it changed between Monday and Wednesday. And that is true. That's happening all the time in this space. And so if you come up with ideas or things that you think would be valuable from an industry perspective or from a partner perspective, to be included in the work that we're doing going forward, just reach out and let us know, because that is the only way we can make sure to tailor our education and outreach resources so that they actually meet your needs.
And the input in the past has made it as successful it is today. So input is critical at this time.
And that input, as you saw just in that county map example, has been taken by EPA when we've had really good input about things that are wrong with either the point methodology, or we don't have clarity around what's an approved mitigation practice or mitigation measure or a program. We're working those conversations directly with our federal partners. So as a state lead agency, if you have those questions and get them to us, we can take them up the chain, and it has improved the outcome for users of the product, which is the goal, right? The goal, I think, for us is that the tools that you need in the toolbox remain in the toolbox, even if the use patterns around them may need to be modified a little bit, but still there.
Do we have anything in the chat?
No. And we can always take emails later if you think of something, send it to PAB.
Aaron, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the protocol here. I'm just here as a guest. Am I agreed? Okay.
Yeah, please.
I've sat through Bolton's live training 4 or 5 times. And this is the first time that I've had really any clarity on the point system. So thank you for that, but I would just encourage future trainings to really dial down on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's can be largely missed by the audiences that I was in anyway.
Sure. I mean, Abby, you can share, because you've been talking about this all over the place in addition to the workshops. I think a lot of us have, I think the points are where the rubber meets the road. And I think that's where we're really down to now, is really sharing with people. If you've got those maps that she put up, I mean, we did an exercise like that 2 weeks ago when we had the 15 Western states out here talking about pesticides. And for some of them, it was the first time they'd ever tried to apply mitigation measures and get to the points, right? And a lot of these are states where they are going to be right in line with us, trying to figure out how, if I came out to a farm that, Tim showed up at your farm and he was trying to make sure you had complied, how would we assess that? And how would you know how to comply? So we are, I think, finally at that point, but I agree with you. I think that the points piece is really, really valuable. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Abby?
No, just that I'm hearing you, and that, the points is a new thing, and that's, one of the things I do a raise of hands. Have you heard of bulletins line too? Like, that has moved along, and now it's, have you heard of the points? And it's like,
That's what I was gonna ask, if the points was, when did the point, well, the points was new, or?
well, within the last year.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, because I heard a lot about
The draft insecticide strategy.
the first time I heard about the points.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it came out with the draft strategy a year ago, but even then,
Yeah.
we weren't quite sure how it was
Oh,
going to
okay.
apply, or what things, examples of products or examples of, specific types of mitigation measures and how many points they would get, or even just what was just presented on like the low, medium, and very little for runoff potential. We're sitting in a county right now that gets 6 points automatically just because of the county that we're in for runoff.
Great.
Which is great, because then they only have to come up with 3 points, and a lot of what the farmers are already doing will qualify, which I'm gonna be honest, I've been working ESA since 2001. I have always thought in 24 years that most of what growers were doing was going to be the thing that mattered. But we're now actually seeing that in writing, that most of the practices that farmers, the actions they're taking on the ground to just manage their farm in a way that helps them stay solvent and stay viable, is going to likely be able to meet a lot of those mitigation point requirements. And that's what we need to get out, I think.
Does I gotta find the right mitigation menu website? Does the Bolton Lives 2 site refer clearly to that site for those mitigation point helpers or aids or whatever,
Yeah, I know. So no, they're not like, if you go to the mitigation menu, or if you go to Bolton's Live, it's not gonna send you to the mitigation menu website. on your label, there eventually will be one or both of those website links that say you need to go to the mitigation website, or you need to go to the slide 2 website. So
And some bulletins will refer you to a mitigation menu website, but it's got 80 points. And so that's
Which is not what.
There's a roundabout way, there's no direct links.
circular.
But there, yeah, it does send you to a different site and then to this one and then back to the bulletin. That's the problem with distributing some of this information now is, like Abby said, what is presented today will change tomorrow.
Sure, I don't understand.
And so getting that information out, from a compliance standpoint, it's important for us. This is as new to us from a compliance program as it is for, the industry as well. And so, talking with the folks at EPA, it's really critical that we have some very specific examples about how something is or is not working. The speculative, well, what if this and this and this happen? We don't need that anymore. What we need is some very specific answers, or examples, and present that back to eBay why something does or does not work. So that's how our compliance will approach this, is what is working and what isn't.
And we're still training internal staff as well on all these updating because they are so new.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Alan Felsot, if I may, since I'm on the advisory board, I feel I can jump in here. I have actually 2 questions, but let me preface this first with something that's been kind of bothering me. So I started studying pesticides as an academic on the University of Illinois back in late 1970s, and I've been studying what we used to call best management practices ever since then, although I mostly do teaching now. So congratulations to EPA for reinventing the wheel, because all you're doing is mitigation is just best management practices that we promoted way back nearly 50 years ago when I started studying pesticides as an academic. But I have 2 questions that come out of that. Number one, why is there a separate herbicide, insecticide, fungicide strategy? According to chemodynamic theory, the only thing that controls translocation are physicochemical properties of partitioning ratios or coefficients. So I don't understand why your best management practices are universal. It doesn't matter what the chemical is. So I'm not sure why you slowed this whole process down in getting the mitigation measures out. And my second question is, who's the police here? Who does the actual enforcement to see if farmers are doing what they're supposed to be doing?
I can answer both your questions, I believe, but then I'll hand it over to some state folks for the second one, for Tim. For the first one, I know that there were these separate strategies that were created, and the goal was really to move away from a chemical by chemical approach into these different categories of uses. That was a way to kind of divide that up into chemical types, herbicide strategy, insecticides. That said, you're totally right that the practices are the same. A lot of the mitigation practices are the same, and they're kind of utilizing the same system together ultimately. But also, as per the previous question, EPA was tweaking this kind of like right up to the last minute to releasing these strategies. So it really is these different court order deadlines and kind of scrambling to reach those. As for the actual enforcement, state lead agencies have primacy most of the time when it comes to enforcing anything to do with FIFRA, and that includes these ESA mitigations. It is definitely a challenge, and I could let Tim speak a little more to that.
Thanks, Bree. So Alan, yeah, the compliance program, this is a challenge for us, is how to implement it, but the basis of it is these are label directions, no different than pesticide use rates, personal protective equipment. And so from a compliance standpoint, this is viewed, if someone didn't follow the mitigation strategies or didn't follow bulletins live too, it's, quite simply a label violation. We are pesticide specialists. We are not conservation practice specialists. So that's why the approved programs, we are going to rely on these approved programs that Abby and her group are working on, that are being handed down. When the labels or the mitigation strategy say it has to have a vegetation buffer strip, I don't know if that's 6 feet, 8 feet, does Timothy work? Is it alfalfa? Does it have to be arborvitae? What type of vegetation are we looking at? And from a compliance standpoint, also keep in mind that for an enforcement standpoint, it's the preponderance of evidence. You know, it's more likely than not that there was a violation that occurred. And so the burden of proof is on us. You know, if somebody has 8.9 points on a mitigation strategy, you know, they're in violation, but you know, from our standpoint, it appears as though they're making an attempt to come into compliance. So there's some gray area right now with that, and we're working through that, trying to come up with some more specifics. You know, how do we enforce that? But this is a learning curve for compliance as well as everybody else.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else?
Okay, well, we'll move on to Kelly McLean. Don't know, update, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna give a really quick and brief update. Next slide. So in 2024, Senate Bill 5972 was signed into law with an effective date of June of last year. So we're coming up on just about a year since the law was passed. What it gave us was, it's actually January 1st of 2026 is when the restriction goes into place, but that's okay. Beginning January 1st of 2026, a person may not use neonic insecticides on non-production outdoor and ornamental plants, trees, and turf in this state unless the application is made as part of a licensed application, a tree injection, or during the production of an ag commodity. So this was a culmination of a bunch of really bad language that was brought to us by a legislator who wanted to restrict neonics, but didn't really know what he wanted. And some stakeholders that were really concerned about neonics are a category of chemistries that replace older chemistries. And the reason that they came about is because they are much safer from a mammalian toxicity perspective, right? So they were replacing chemistries like the organophosphates and carbamates, which tend to cause way more human health, acute exposure issues, and potential for chronic impacts. So it's a newer class of chemistries, first approved in the mid 1990s. And I guess the ripple effect of them is that they, when applied for insect control, is that they stick around for quite some time. And they're much less toxic to us, but they are exceptionally toxic to insects, which is their purpose, right? Is to kill insects. A couple of things have happened in the last 20 years with their usage that has included things like massive bee kills on linden trees in Oregon that led to a neonic law going onto the books there. We've seen a lot of focus on this as we talk about pollinators and pollinator endangered species across the country. And so when this was brought to us in the fall of 2023 and then the winter of 2024, we worked with the sponsor to really target and hone in on what they were concerned about. And what they were really concerned about is that neonics have a specific warning statement and hazard statement on the label that says not to apply them to blooming plants, which is something that a licensed applicator can easily follow, but is not something that we would expect homeowners to be really cognizant of. And so their concern was not a licensed applicator or a farmer using this product. Their concern was around the use of it by the home and garden user that would buy it at Home Depot and not necessarily be able to understand the label. So what we did is we brought together a whole group of people at WSDA in the last year and put, pardon the pun, a hive mind to the idea of how do we protect pollinators from this in a home and garden setting. And we looked at a bunch of different options, which included rulemaking that was given to us in the statute, all with this January 1st, 2026 date in mind. And what we quickly realized was that we could go ahead and use our existing rules. You see it listed on the screen, WAC 16, 228, 1410, which allows us to designate a pesticide as home and garden use only. We could use that to issue an interpretive statement to say that neonicotinoid insecticides are no longer home and garden use products, which means starting January 1st of 2026, our core compliance staff will be out doing marketplace inspections and informing people relatively rapidly that they should not be selling these products on the shelf. There's a couple of other things that are included in this bill. One of them is that We do follow-up surveys to see what the shelf looks like afterwards. We do have some pretty significant concerns based on previous retail shelf surveys that what's left for the homeowners are not super great options, Seven Dust, malathion, a lot of pyrethroids, which again are not from a mammalian toxicity or human issue, but they are not a great environmental option either. And so, we're hoping to follow up on that to get more information about, okay, what does this look like from a homeowner perspective and what's available? We'll be doing lots of education and outreach in the coming 6 months to get ready for that January 1st date, with the goal of seeing less and less presence of this available on the shelf for homeowners. This is only for outdoor products, as you see in the way the bill was written. So, home and garden uses that are in bait stations that go only inside your house, those uses will still be available, but it's where we've got, potential for blooming plants outside that it'll no longer be an option. And we're hoping this is pretty successful and it's launched through an interpretive statement. We do have the ability and the obligation in the bill, in the law, every 4 years to look at it and decide whether or not new rules are required in order for us to see compliance with this. So I'm excited that we didn't have to do rulemaking to get started. I am fully expecting that there's a possibility of rulemaking in the future on this one. And we're hoping, actually, for those of you that are involved in operations that go beyond the borders of Washington State, that there's some interest. There's been some interest in Oregon in looking at this model and utilizing this in place of some of the bigger restrictions we've seen in some other states. So really honing in, like I said, on the non-licensed user of products and trying to eliminate those uses outdoors where we would see impacts on native pollinator species. And I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Kelly, I was going to ask, did you get any funding or staff time along with the bill?
We did. We got funding to launch this process. We've put some special resources we have a special registrations project lead in Brent's program that's been working on going out and checking marketplace shelves right now to see what we're seeing on those shelves and just getting us ready for what this is going to look like. We're also putting those into the materials that we'll be putting together for the marketplace surveys, so that when our inspectors are out, there will be a one-pager that we can hand to both our dealer manager facility as well as our, kind of normal Home Depot type retail establishments. So people are aware of what's coming. And then the other piece of this is there's a social change campaign that Woodland Park Zoo has partnered with us on, that they will be undertaking to try to make people more aware of how urban habitats really support wild pollinators. And how to be, how to maybe get your aphid control, but in ways that are a little bit softer, or how to time them appropriately, those kinds of things. So, so we got some one-off funding for the very beginning of this process, the first 2 years, and then the money tapers down over the ensuing. Yep. Like I said, a year from now, we might have really good updates on how this is going. It took us a long time to just get to what we were going to do as a group. As Brent shakes his head, there's so many meetings. We met every 3 weeks for 7 months to try to figure out what we were going to do on this, and if it was going to require rulemaking right now, or if we could try it without. And I'm excited to see if it works without the rulemaking. That would be great. Because we do have rules in place, like I said, that allow us to already identify when something's a home and garden use and when it's not. And so our goal is to just really effectively use that rule that's on the books as the tool going forward. And really, the main goal of this was to make a bad bill less bad and make sure that we didn't see any impacts on users that absolutely need this in their toolbox, that are licensed applicators or using this in a commercial operation. So I think we were successful, at least in getting a bill that we could implement. Now it's going to be up to the boots on the ground to make sure we can get it out there.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yep.
Nice summary.
All right, we have DOH with occupational acute pesticide-related illnesses. I believe the presenter is online, so you
Nope,
can.
he's on. Came in the door.
Oh. All right, they're here. So I'll just advance slides for you, so just let me know.
Great. Yeah, thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk. I just want to basically give a little publicity for our upcoming occupational acute pesticide-related illnesses, or API report. It has been completed. It has a publication number and everything. Just sort of finalizing the communication plan. So available publicly shortly without committing to a date. So yeah, why this matters. It's the first report from the pesticide surveillance and prevention program since 2013. It's focused on occupational API, which account for 61.2% of the total API within that time frame of this report, and then 74% of which are agricultural. And just in general, occupational API are really important understudied and underreported public health events. I mean, there's literature to this, basically going into why that is, but there are many barriers to reporting, so important to look more into that. I'll go to the next slide. So what's covered in this report? So here's the topics I'm going to be talking about. So the report source, like where we get our initial investigation potential API sources, the number of cases by year, looking at the exposure types, the activities performed of the person who experienced an API at the time they were exposed, the geography of these cases, the target of the pesticide application that resulted in an API, the application equipment being used, and then some preventable contributing factors. So basically kind of the why there was this API. And then with all that, discussing some recommendations for preventions and then research gaps and surveillance needs. So in addition to those topics, we do have investigations, the symptoms and severity, the industry and occupation of the person exposed, demographic information, information about the pesticides themselves, like the functional class, whether that's insecticide, herbicide, that kind of thing. Also have if the applicator was supervised or was licensed, and then some additional attention to agricultural cases and especially with drift. And yes, I can go to the next slide. So just some background about the Pesticide Illness Surveillance and Prevention Program. We get our authority from Chapter 70.0104 RCW, and there's the WAC. We have a memorandum of understanding between WSDA, DOH, and L&I. And a bit about our surveillance process. It is passive, which means that we aren't going out there and actively searching for cases. We rely on voluntary submissions, although it is a notifiable condition under that WAC listed there. So then once we receive these potential API, our investigators follow up on those potential API events by conducting interviews with people who have been exposed, reviewing the pesticide and toxicology literature, and just collecting a wide variety of info on the event and the exposure. And they use all of that information to determine if there's sufficient evidence to state if an API occurred, which is based on the case definition provided by Censor, which is a portion of NIOSH within the CDC. We'll go to the next slide. So looking at report source, so again, these are the sources for investigations, and these are the number of exposures, so counting each person as a case here. And of course, there could be multiple people per event, so it's not necessarily the number of events, because you have some individual events, which I'll talk about in a bit, that have upwards of 60 people in a particular event experiencing the API. But most of our reports were coming from workers' comp, firstly, and it was labor and industries claims, and Washington Poison Control Center. Between those two, they make up 77% of occupational API report sources, followed by WSDA, some that were just identified during a site visit. Basically, we had some information on prior, and then some random other miscellaneous. I'll go to the next slide, please. So yeah, this is just like an overview of the total number of occupational API from 2013 to 2022, which is the date range of the entire reports. As you can see, it's hovered around 126 per year, a total of 1,260 in this time frame, 10-year time frame. And I've just pointed out two peaks in 2014 and 2019. So the total number of API in those years was 190 in 2019, 187 in 2014, but those are largely driven by two events, a 66-person drift event in 2014 and a 65-person drift event in 2019. So it's these fairly rare but potentially very large events that are really driving a lot of the cases. In addition, I see there's a pretty big drop in 2020 and 2021, and it has gone back up somewhat, but not that much in 2022. So, it's hard to ascribe reasons for that exactly, but, could be COVID-19 related effects, just limiting how often people are reporting those. Could also just be reduced applications, that kind of thing. Next slide. So drilling down into the exposure types, so there are a bunch of different types of exposures that basically relate to kind of how the pesticide was being applied or how it came into contact with the person who experienced an API. Agricultural pesticide drift was the most common exposure type, accounting for 61% of the total API. The others listed here, targeted, is when there's an API at the site of the application. So that would be an example, would be something like blowback onto the applicator. That was the second most common. Again, you see those same, I just pointed out those same drift events to say like those peaks are really driving those drift events as well. Go on to the next slide. So looking at activity performed at the time of those API event exposures. Similarly, we have those same drift events pointed out, but here it's for people performing routine work. So people not actually involved in applying pesticides. These are largely just miscellaneous farm workers, people involved in things like pruning, harvesting, that sort of thing. All 66 and 65 people exposed in those two drift events were just performing routine work at the time of exposure. And secondly, most commonly was applying pesticides. I can go on to the next slide. This is the geography of those occupational API from 2013 to 2022, with Grant County having the highest incidence or like the number of occupational API per 100,000 employed residents. Grant is a very agricultural county that also has a larger population relative to other agricultural counties. So if we were to look at the absolute number, actually Grant would also be the highest, but other populous counties like King would be higher than it is shown here.
Is that in the number of incidents or there were more people in just one incident?
This is the number of exposures. So it's based on, I believe there were also more events, but it is more about the number of people who experienced API. Yes. I can go on to the next slide. I'm looking at the target of pesticide applications that resulted in occupational API. Fruit crops were the most frequent targets, followed by miscellaneous vegetables and then buildings, actually. But there's also quite a bit that's just in this category of other, as miscellaneous. Just sort of getting into why that might be for fruit crops, we're looking at things like canopy height. There are also higher value crops that often require more pesticide applications. They tend to have more pathogen pressure, and they also have a lot of manual labor in terms of more farm workers maybe around there. And then looking at, I can go to the next slide, please. At the application equipment involved in applications that resulted in one or more occupational API, a high-pressure ground sprayer was by far the most frequent application equipment used in these events that included some occupational API. Again, kind of discussed that in the ESA talk briefly about things like droplet size. So smaller droplets travel further. High pressure ground sprayer is going to have that as well. Also have higher velocity, which are just more prone to drift. After high pressure ground sprayer, aerial applications, and then low pressure ground sprayer and chemigation were next. Go to the next slide. So these are the preventable contributing factors. So we have, this is a categorical variable defined by sensor, the same group I was discussing earlier that provided the case definition, but they basically try to look at why an occupation or any acute pesticide-related illness occurred. And failure to prevent drift was the most common preventable contributing factor to occupational API. And this was followed by inadequate notification of application and inadequate decontamination. All three of which, drift obviously, but notification and decontamination are both largely associated with drift events as well. I can go to the next slide. So just some main takeaways as a whole. 1,260 persons reported work-related API in Washington from 2013 to 2022, an average of 126 cases per year. Most of those cases came from the Washington Poison Control Center or LNI's workers' comp claims. Most occupational API are agricultural. And the agricultural pesticide drift is the most common exposure type, as well as the most frequent preventable contributing factor. And farm workers engaging in routine non-pesticide application work are at the highest risk rather than the applicators themselves. And there are steps that can be taken to reduce occupational API risk. Go on to the next slide. And that's it.
Question.
Yes.
Slide where you shared the preventable contributing factors, and
Yes.
you had identified what contributed to those APIs. Was that like confirmed compliance violations for those cases as well?
No, not necessarily. They're just sort of the preventable contributing factors that were determined as best as we were able to by these investigations.
Yeah, because if WSDA was involved, again, did they get there in time? Did they get samples? Was this the person? No,
So it's just how you were reporting the data based on.
not how we were reporting the data. It is based on our investigation.
Okay.
And if drift occurred and we have medical records and we have the data, showing that this more likely than not occurred,
Sure.
then the preventable factor is drift. Because we don't have the same standard as we have to collect samples and be there and see it happen.
Yeah, it's something we discussed, and we've had an annual sensor meeting, sort of how to code the contributing factors, and that's been the bulk of the work at that meeting every year that I've been, which is the last 3 years, and discussing, limiting, applying these contributing factors to only things that we can say, has strong support from the evidence of the investigation.
I have a very easy question. How do we get a hold of the full report?
Hopefully within the next few weeks, I have it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
I just need, the report's done, but I just need communications to say, go. It will be posted online. I will send a gov delivery with it. So everybody that's on all of the listservs on the pesticide application safety committee, by the time we have pesticide application safety committee, it'll be done.
And we can send it to the board too.
Yes,
We can do the PAB.
and then I'll make sure the gov delivery PAV gets it. I want everybody to see it.
Ellen and I are very interested in the full.
We worked very hard on it. So Daniel worked very, very hard on it. So we want the world to see it.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
And curiosity, what was the other category? What did that?
It's hard to say for that 10 years. Yeah.
It could be.
We'd also say that the coding itself has been updated in 2015 and in 2020.
Yes.
So, I mean, both of us have started in 2022.
Yeah.
2022. So it's hard to say exactly with that.
Because we're looking at data back from 2013.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think because there's over 200 variables that can be selected when we're doing our cases that come from sensor. I think when they were looking at contributing factors, I think in the beginning, there might have been more so of, is this a contributing factor and the selecting of multiple contributing factors, where in fact, really, it should just be no more than, I mean, if you're selecting two, it's pushing it. Really, what is the contributing factor?
Right.
So I think when they're selecting other, they truly don't know. But even then, that should not have been a selection. And so there's a little bit of that in the data.
So going forward, the data will clean up.
Oh, yes.
Quite a bit.
Why, we have spent a lot cleaning up that data.
And you can already see some of our more recent data. We have a dashboard published on the Washington Tracking Network, and you can see it. We have a similar figure. It's not specifically for occupational API, it's for API in general, but like the number of others very low relative to this figure.
Yes.
I have a question. If nobody else does, I'm gonna open up to the chat too, if anybody
Oh,
else, but
yeah.
I'll keep,
We keep checking it.
okay, I'll keep talking then, thanks. Is this surveillance data set robust enough to ever see a trend, either, a difference from year to year or an actual trajectory trend?
So, I mean, we've done some levels of there's some level of statistical analysis with enough aggregation, but it's pretty hard to really do that because fortunately the count numbers are relatively low. So a year over year change in total number of occupational API, I don't think that we're going to see anything like statistically significant.
I have a follow-up question. On one of your slides, you said beverage crop. What is that? Beverage, I saw beverage.
Yeah, I think that's like barley.
Yeah, wine grapes, hops, all the above. Okay, interesting.
Apple cider?
I think there is tea grown in Washington, but it's not a significant part of the crop.
There's tea grown in Skagit County, but it is a very small.
Yeah.
Barley.
I have a question on the buildings.
Yes.
What can you talk a little bit about that?
I know that there have been examples of things like prison complexes, I know was one that we saw, but it's just any time that there's an occupational application that's directed towards a building, often for weeds, I would say.
Yeah, licensed pesticide applicators and licensed pesticide company applying. So a business hiring a company coming out to do an application a lot of the time. So, I would say, anecdotally, a lot of times the person getting exposed is the person applying. And it may be that person, because that person doesn't need to be licensed, they have to be trained, and so there's a lot of issues there.
Probably more of pest control offering.
Yeah, like a-
Spiders, ants, yellow jackets.
Yeah, those rodent, I know we've seen them. Yeah, rodent control, those kinds of things.
You're using the term exposed. Is this within the data Is that interchangeable with was it API? Is that the term, Daniel, that you're using?
Yes.
So is
Yeah,
it?
so it's reported, yeah, so
Okay,
he
so
was,
so exposure and what you're calling an illness, are one and the same in the reporting?
no. So what he reported on here has already been, investigated, verified.
Thank you.
All of that, yes. And so then in exposures, it's an alleged exposure, so it's coming to us, like the Poison Center, it comes into us through an alleged, it's been reported to Poison Center, they called them, then we get the report, we go get the medical record from the provider, we review the medical record, we interview the person, we look at the toxicology of that, get spray records, and investigate from there. Yeah, so it's the full case. Yeah.
Yeah, so what's in this presentation is all just what met the case definition. There is a figure in the report that discusses the investigations and what fraction of those investigations met the case definition. Oh, and then just
A lot more than actually become.
going back to the beverage crops, I did find it actually. It's cocoa, coffee, tea, mint. I think that's the big one, and cola and chicory.
Interesting.
I have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up question to was just ask about differentiating between exposure and classification as to probable likelihood or possible illness. On those drift cases, which were basically outliers relative to the rest of the data, were those, each of those cases, were each of those individuals classified as a probable illness, possible illness, not likely illness? How was that classified?
They all met the case definition.
Yes.
So, yes.
Okay, so
whether it was possible, probable, or they all met case definition. I would have to go back and literally pull up every single person to see.
Yeah.
But they're classified individually based on their symptoms.
okay, so this relates to what you were saying is that the pesticide chemistry and toxicology are reviewed, but exactly what is reviewed? So for example, I think one of those cases dealt with lambda-cyhalothrin, which is a pyrethroid. And if you actually look at the pharmacokinetics of all pyrethroids, over a 24-hour period, really just a minor percentage, like 1-2%, can actually be absorbed systemically. So if you actually consider that with the drift cases, the personnel reporting almost immediate adverse reaction, does this seem plausible to your toxicologist? That does not seem plausible to me from a biochemistry standpoint.
I can understand that, but I would have to open up that case. We'd have to go through that whole thing. I can't answer that right now.
I'd also say personally, I'm not a toxicologist, but we do see a pretty strong difference between research on active ingredients and as formulated with adjuvants. And there's some research on specific preparations like in glyphosate, but there's not a lot of research on preparations in general.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Anything in the chat?
Hopefully there'll be stuff soon, because I think we have the pesticide license number.
Yeah. All right, we will move on. Oh yeah, so please enter your pesticide license number in the chat if you would like credit for this. For all in-person attendees, you can write that in the attendance sheet.
On the far side, under the notes or other column, add your license number.
There's a space for that if you want to revisit that. We'll move on to our next speaker.
I feel like you left numbers off, but I know you didn't. 354.
Yeah.
License number.
All right, we're gonna move on to TSCP training programs with Floor 7.
Thank you, Sandra. So good morning again, everyone, members of the PAB and guests. My name is Flor Servil. I work for the WSDA Technical Services and Education Program. I'm going to refer to my program as the TSCP. I have been working as a pesticide safety trainer with this program for 25 years. And I recently became the program's quality control lead. Next. And in this presentation, I'm going to talk to you about training programs and services, our program achievements for fiscal year 2025, our business model, and a glance to the future of our training programs. Next. As you see on my screen, we have been creating several training programs throughout the years that we are now. We have 8 different training programs, and you might be thinking like, all these training programs to educate people on pesticide safety? There are many ways to tackle the issue of pesticide exposure. And even with all these efforts and with all the programs that we have, pesticide exposure among field workers and pesticide handlers is still taking place. So we have to keep on being creative and cover the information in different programs and in different formats and ways. I will talk to you about all these training programs in a minute, the reason they were created and how we deliver them. The next one. I want to start with a program aimed to train pesticide handlers. These are the people that mix, load, and apply pesticides, but they do not have a pesticide license. We call it the handler program. And I'm going to paint a big picture of the handler training program. We do this very highly interactive. We do case stories, short videos, demonstrations, and it was designed this way because the people that we are trying to educate have low literacy, and a lot of the people are not used to being in a classroom for 8 hours. That's the duration of this program. That's why we have to use a lot of training methods and be highly interactive. This program complies with all the requirements of the federal and state worker protection standard for training handlers. And I would say that we go beyond the requirements of the standard. Next. We have our first handler training in 1998. Then we have 2 handlers per year. Then we have like 3 handler trainings per year. Now we do like 28, 24 handler trainings per year. And I am only telling you dates because we have concurrent sessions. So that group of handlers gets divided in small groups and they rotate to several training stations. So we have come a long ways now. But even though we figured we cannot train all the handlers and all the workers in the state, so we designed the worker protection standard train the trainer program to train individuals, people to come and join us as trainers. So they learn how to be effective trainers and how to comply with the regulation to be a trainer. And they go back and train their own field workers and the pesticide handlers on their farm. This program used to be a 1-day workshop, but since WPS rule changed in 2015, we extended it to be a 2-day workshop. And we give an opportunity to trainers to become state certified trainers. And we encourage them to attend a refresher course at least once every 3 years. Next one, Sullivan. Next one I'm going to talk to you is about respirator fit test. Respirator fit test is actually a procedure that is done to ensure that the respirator face piece seals against the face and that the seal is not broken with movement, and to ensure that the seal is not broken and contaminants don't go into the respirator and are breathed in by the respirator user. We learned that there was a desperate need for this type of training, so we designed it, And we not just teach people how to do the feed testing with irritant smoke. We also go through the LMI's written respirator program, and we provide information on how to become a respirator trainer. And we deliver this workshop in conjunction with the Department of Labor and Industries. We have 2 trainers delivering these workshops from WSDA and 2 trainers from LNI. And all of our trainers are offered in English and Spanish. This is a 5-hour hands-on. Thank you, Savannah. Next. Then this program was created, the air blast spray calibration, in 2015 when we learned that there were a significant number of pesticide exposure caused by air blast sprayers primarily. And this was due to air blast sprayers being poorly calibrated and not configured. So we designed this workshop where it's an 8-hour. We do a lot of the math and the calculation inside the room. And then people go out and they calibrate and configure an air blast sprayer. Next one. After developing the air blast sprayer calibration workshop in 2019, we learned that there were still a lot of cases of exposure due to use of air blast sprayers and drift, off-target drift. So we created the on-farm air blast sprayer calibration technical assistant. We call it the TA. It's a 4-hour, and we go to the farm and we help the grower calibrate and configure their sprayer based using their equipment and based on the characteristics of the trees or the crop that they have. We created this program with two objectives. One was to learn on-farm practices regarding calibration, and second, to teach them how to do it properly. And we learned a lot through this TA. We learned that most people were not calibrating, that most of the equipment was in poor condition, poorly maintained, broken pressure gauges, broken pressure regulators, and poorly decontaminated. So next one, Savannah. And we have also a Spanish private applicator pre-license class. This is the only class that we offer only in Spanish. And we have it to help individuals prepare to take and pass the exam and obtain their private applicator license. It's a 20-hour in-person class, but after the pandemic, we learned that it was a good way to go with a live webinar. So most of our courses are offered as a live webinar. Next, Savannah. And these are the achievements of these 7 workshops that I just talked to you about. And as you can see on this data, we have so far reached 2,300 people. Fiscal year ends until June 30th. So we still have more workshops in schedule. We have a trainer, 2 handlers, and more TA. So you're going to see these numbers change. Plus, we are not reporting recertifications. We participate in a lot of recertification courses. But you can see that we've reached more than people coming from more than, at least 675 different agricultural establishments. We conducted 42 workshops total. And if you see the last column, you see that it's really interesting because train the trainer, respirator, train the trainer, and air blast sprayer calibration, not all people attending have a pesticide license. So a few people have it. And we do all this work through the assistance of 26 community partners. And that takes me to my next topic. I want to talk to you about how we work. We have adopted what we feel is a great business model that allows to maximize our resources and expand the training opportunities. We get to work with a lot of community partners that we call sponsors. Next one. Our sponsors have to work. They have a lot of work to do. They have certain responsibilities, and you see on my screen, they have to do. They do advertising. They take care of registration prior to the workshop and on site. They provide us with adequate training facilities. They provide refreshments. They provide lunch. They provide copies of our training materials to each participant. So they'll do a lot of extensive work for us. Basically, we just have to show and conduct the training. And I want to thank our stakeholders that are sponsors. We have one here in the room, GS Long with Aaron Avila. They do a lot of the work for us. And without this business model and without the support of our sponsors, we would not be able to reach as many people, to do as many workshops, and to train as many people as we do. Next one, Savannah. And sometimes our sponsors do more work than the one that I just mentioned to you. Sometimes the work goes beyond logistics. We get to develop training curricula with them. And this is the case of the Agricultural Leadership Program, ALP, where we developed the curriculum in partnership with Washington State Tree Fruit Association in 2021. And this program aims to enhance leadership skills for farm supervisors and managers. And why the ALP and why WSDA, why us there? Well, is training the only thing needed to have safety on the farm? Of course not. Management and supervisors are a crucial component, and the ALP is intended to help individuals, supervisors, and managers to become more proactive. It doesn't do anybody good to have all these people come into our trainings and learn to calibrate, learn to do fit tests, learn to do all these things if they are going to go back to the farm and they are not going to be allowed to implement anything of what they learned. So the ALP is intended to give supervisors and farm managers leadership skills that will help them become more proactive, will help them help them have a better relationship with their employees, will be able to communicate and resolve conflict better and become more proactive. As you see, it's a 40-hour classroom instruction, followed by additional weeks dedicated to applying leadership skills. And they come back on week 12 to graduate and report on that leadership skill that they were working on, what were the barriers they encountered, and how they overcame those barriers. Next. I also want to take the time to talk to you about our waste pesticide program. And this program is very important because we collect unwanted pesticides and we prevent those pesticides from ending up on our soil or water. And let me tell you how we work. We work two ways. First one, collection events are held in different parts of the state throughout the year. And growers need to just submit an inventory form to WSDA and bring the pesticides to the collection site. Or if people are unable to inventory and package their products, we go on site and we assist them. We also assist them when they have unknown pesticides, either because they are too old, we help them identify them, or because the container lost the label or the label just got destructed because the pesticide is too old. And we are proud to say to the PAB members and guests that last summer, this program reached the milestone of collecting 4 million pounds of pesticides. This program began in 1988, and we reached that milestone. And I learned that a lot of states in the nation are behind us. So this is a very good program. And if I have growers in this meeting, I encourage you to use it. Next one, Savannah. Okay, plans to the future. I want to share with you that we have one of the most robust and successful pesticide safety training programs, we would dare to say, in the nation. Our Train the Trainer program is one of them. There are few Train the Trainer programs. We have one of them, the best. But what could I say? It's a 2-day. It's in person. They do a lot of hands-on. In our Train the Trainer, everybody presents at least 3 times and receives feedback. But I think that our success is because we promote change. We are constantly innovating our programs. And we do that in different ways. We do that based on what we learn, what we observe, our interactions with compliance. We do a pre and post-test quiz to all participants to assess their knowledge before and after taking the workshop. But this year, since I became the program's quality control lead, I'm in charge of doing some other activities. We began meeting with Department of Health, Department of Labor and Industries, and WSDA pesticide compliance program last year. And now they accepted to meet with us on a quarterly basis. I want to say that I thank Tim is here in the room and Griselda, because were very positive and are very proactive when it comes to these meetings with us. We want to learn about the investigation results of the 3 agencies and use that data to reshape our curriculums. This year, we're going to conduct a stakeholders meeting. This is a very important meeting for us because we ask our stakeholders for feedback about our program direction. We ask them about changes in our curriculum, and they give us an opportunity to learn what the things that we're doing right, and sometimes we learn through them of the things that we might not be doing at all. We have this meeting is coming up August 21st in Yakima. We also offer a meeting online. So we invite you if you're interested in joining us. We would love to have you in attendance, and we would love to, and we would appreciate your feedback. So let me know, or let Ophelia know if you would like to attend. Next one, Savannah. And with this quality control position, one of my duties is to ensure that that we offer programs with quality and service with quality. And this is one of the ways that we want to get to be more effective, is by developing and conducting surveys to our training participants, to our stakeholders, and our stakeholders that are also our sponsors. We believe that through these surveys, we might find out ways to improve and directions that we need to take to be more effective. We want to make a difference. And with this, next one, someone. If you have any questions, thank you very much.
How often do you do the stakeholder meeting?
Every other year,
So every 2 years.
yes.
So it is a really great opportunity because you're looking at making changes to you guys are always innovating your program anyway, but it's a great opportunity, that August 21st meeting.
Thank you, Joan.
How is the invitation to that stakeholder meeting shared with the regulated community, or what is your definition of stakeholders, and how are you inviting them?
I usually invite them through email. Bradley, so we identify our stakeholders as the people we work with, and the people that show interest in our programs and want to provide feedback.
Is there a way to sign up for that, like from Gov Delivery messages, or how does one get on that list, or could you send that invitation to the advisory board?
Yeah,
I could.
Yeah, we'll get that up to the PAB.
Thank you.
I have a question. First of all, I want to compliment you on your business model and strategy. I thought that was fantastic. I have a question about the future. Is there any plans to extend calibration training to ground boom sprayers?
Yeah, we have that request in the past, and we have not gotten to it because of resources and timing. But yeah, we know that there might be a need for that. So that's a good question that we could ask our stakeholders, because that meeting also helped us prioritize our resources.
Yeah, and I have a follow-up question. Since drift mitigation is part of the ESA process, is there any plans to do actual sprayer best management practice training, or is that going to be left to just the recertification workshops?
I did not understand the question. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, is there any plan to, okay, so you got calibration, but then there's the spraying part, the operational part of spraying. Is there any plan to do training regarding that, since drift mitigation is an important part of the ESA process? Or we do that in the recertification workshops. I've given a lot of drift management talks over the years. Is that where that information is supposed to come from, or is there going to be any plans in the far, far future to do actual sprayer operation training?
I think
as
it's a
opposed to
possibility.
calibration?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Alan, I think it's a definite possibility, because I think that we continue to get information about how to refine what we're offering, whether it's through technical assistance and education, or it's through our traditional training programs that Flora just covered. I think that's another one that we will tee up as, at what point does that become part of this bigger, broader effort? Most of our work has been really focused on human health with the TSEP, and that's what the driver is, right? Is to protect and reduce human exposures. And so at some point I could see an intersection potentially between our Endangered Species Act work and that human health work. But it hasn't happened yet.
If I may, I think some of the translation there is what Alan is calling sprayer operation. I think I've heard you say in the TSEP program, configuration, right? It's usually calibration and configuration. So I think some of those elements, Alan, are already incorporated in the air blast space based on that configuration element of the training.
And we did see more attention than we have in years past. We saw a lot more interest this year in air blast sprayer on-farm calibration and technical assistance. I think we saw we did double, right?
Yeah, last year we conducted less trainings than this year. This year we conducted 5 EMPs.
So looks like we have a hand raised in the chat.
I can't look at it.
Okay, Sally, if you want to unmute, you had your hand raised in the chat.
Oh, along with the questions on the sprayer calibration, and I'm learning a lot about calibration and equipment from our agronomy department. The equipment that they have, they say that it self-calibrates. How does that affect
they're not the only ones to say that.
Yeah.
How often does that happen, Floor, when you show up at a farm, or compliance when you show up at a
Only-
farm?
It's just recently that I've been told that. And it's only been the once. But I just thought that this would be a good place to ask about that.
Yeah, they come calibrated when you buy them. They don't self-calibrate. So you should assume
Okay.
that, that there is work to check to make sure your calibration has remained where you'd like it to be. Would people in the room agree?
And there are sprayers that have more technology in them and that have a radar system that does help with rates. But our workshop is intended for radial air blast sprayers that do not have that technology.
Okay, so is there some equipment that has the technology to do that?
To calibrate, yes. To configure, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Also, an important part of the calibration is, to your point, verification. So even on some of those autonomous sprayers that have calibration, have the technology to presumably maintain those calibrations, there's an important part of that is still validating that that's the case. And of course, it doesn't account for environmental conditions or canopy these things like that. So, but I also just want to support Flora in that, to Alan's question, is that there's quite a bit of the actual sprayer operations portion of the program of that coursework, the calibration course that the WSDA puts on. And also just a nod to WSU and the work that Glenn Hoheisel does in that area as well.
I think more so with the on-farm technical assistance that WSDA, that's really where it's really unique in that they're utilizing the farm's own equipment and they're going through the calibration. They're verifying it through water sensitive paper to see what the actual coverage is. They're using pressure gauges to verify the output of each nozzle. So it's really a unique and wonderful program. I wish it could have a larger audience that can partake in it, obviously limited with resource limitations, but it's fantastic. And I think as we
I just want to say that
going that it would.
Aaron and Bradley are talking with all this experience of Aaron has sponsored calibration and configuration workshops, and Bradley when he was working with Department of Agriculture, he was the pioneer of the technical assistance program. So he knows a lot of what he's talking about.
Thank you, Flor. It's great.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our next presenter and then we'll have a break for lunch. So, that's Flor's contact information. And we have pesticide licensing changes for the certification and training rule, and Tina Zimmerman is presenting, and so you can, I believe she's online, so you can unmute.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks, Savannah. As she mentioned, I'm Tina Zimmerman. I'm the program manager for the licensing and recertification program at WSDA. And I just wanted to give you a background and update on the C&T rule changes. Could you move to the next slide? Or can I do that? Oh. Before getting to the actual requirements that are changing, I just wanted to do a quick background on C&T or certification and training. I know several of you have probably heard this from me or one of my staff many times already, but let's go over this for those of you who haven't. The general purpose of the C&T rule is to just really lay out the requirements and standards for the certification of pesticide applicators who are using RUPs or restricted use pesticides, really to ensure the health and safety of humans and the environment. And the C&T rule has been around since 1974 at the federal level. But in 2015, EPA announced after 40 years of no changes at the federal level, that they intended to update this rule in response to pesticide misapplications and exposures, and a general desire to increase pesticide safety. So with the changes, EPA filled in some of the gaps they felt were in their requirements to help prevent those in the future. These new requirements were published in 2017. Our rules and laws don't currently meet some areas of these new requirements, so we had to put together a state plan for how we would comply with the updated federal rule here in Washington State. We submitted our proposed plan in March of 2020, sorry, and EPA approved our plan in November of 2022. Next slide, please, Savannah. Thanks. Thank you. So now came the hard part, right? Implementation of that state plan. Implementation of the new requirements has been a long process and is still ongoing. We started off with limited changes to statutes, specifically in the Pesticide Application Act through Senate Bill 5330. That was back in 2023. I was going to say last year, but it's 2 years now. Feels like it's going by so fast. That bill was passed and signed, so we moved on to the rule changes in the fall of that same year. The CR 101 was issued back then, but we've spent the last year and a half focused on community engagement and outreach, the environmental justice assessment, and the small business economic impact statement, along with a bunch of other projects to make this successful implementation. The effective date of the new rules and the requirements will be no earlier than January 1st, 2026. With that effective date, we hope to see all of our 25,000 plus, I'm sorry? Sorry.
Chair mode.
Oh, okay. Hope to see all of our 25,000 plus licensees meeting the new requirements by December 31st, 2030. So we're doing something a bit different with this rule change. We're taking more of a phased in approach. So I'll go over what that looks like in a bit. Next slide, please. So meeting the new requirements. Let's go over what that means here. Can we go to the next slide? Sorry, that was just a title slide. Okay, the federal rule published by EPA lists specific topics that pesticide licensees need to know for each license category, as well as the core requirements. So they call these topics competency standards. These are topics that we are required to cover in the study manuals and to test for on our exams. These are all areas that EPA listed as important for applicators to know to do their job safely, to protect themselves, others, and the environment. And all of these are listed out in the federal rule. These standards look different for each category, and they even created new standards for new categories. For example, for laws and safety, these competency standards include things like label comprehension. What are the typical symptoms of pesticide poisoning? And what are the risks of pesticide use to non-target organisms? Another example, rights of way categories. These standards include things like types of environments in rights of way situations, and minimizing non-target exposure, runoff, and drift. Next slide, please. Okay, competency standards review. So in our review of all of those competency standards laid out in federal rule, we evaluated each standard and identified whether it was covered in the current study manual and asked about on our exam. So we use tables like this for every single exam we have. And a great deal of time was spent reviewing the available materials. Each of these items listed corresponds to a federal standard that's stated in the federal rule 40 CFR 171. After review of all of these, Lists of missing competencies were shared with WSU to ensure they're covered in upcoming versions of the study manuals or new manuals. And we will follow suit on our side and update exams based on those new manuals. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, going forward. So as of now, almost every licensee studied manuals and took exams that are missing a few of the standards that EPA just added. So current licensees will not be grandfathered in because they have not learned these new topics EPA added and said are required. This means that almost every licensee will need to do something to keep their licenses valid. That will look different for every licensee. It depends on their recertification cycle and the kind of work they do. Let's circle back to that phased-in approach I mentioned. We didn't want everyone to have to meet these new requirements all at the same time, and frankly, we don't want to have to test 25,000 people all in the same year. We're going to roll out these requirements based on the licensee's recertification cycle. Licensees will have until the end of their recertification cycle to meet the new requirements. Next slide, please. Okay, so what does that look like then? So if you're currently licensed, you can find your recertification cycle in the left column, and the right column will tell you when you are due to meet these new requirements. If you have any other license type besides a structural pest inspector, you will be subject to these new requirements. You will not be able to recertify if you do not meet these requirements that I'm going to kind of quickly go over. I know we're a little behind and I don't want to hold up lunch. So you can go next slide, please. So let's get to meet the new requirements. What do you have to do? Because we understand that any added things licensees need to do, especially now with all these other requirements being imposed, it really poses a burden for everyone. So we tried to develop a way that licensees could meet these new standards that EPA would accept. As I mentioned, it's going to look different for everyone. But as much as possible, we tried to make it as straightforward as we could while still meeting what EPA was requiring of us as a state. For most of our categories, our state's manuals and exams were just missing a few standards or topics. So there are just a few things you would need to learn. We are working with WSU to create a CNT course. Well, actually, Henry and Mark did all the work, and we just gave them the requirements. They created this internet on-demand course that's going to go over all of the missing standards. It will only cover those missing topics. So it's just one course. It's like this mishmash of all the different missing topics. It will cover you for the CNT standards, but also count towards your credit requirements. Nothing long, just about 2 credits. For most licensees, they will be able to just take this one course that covers the missing topics, and that's it. Again, licensees will have until the end of their recertification cycle to get it. So you don't have to do that right at January 1st, 2026. I want to make sure that's super clear because we received a few questions after some of our talks, from licensees asking how many courses they need to take or do they have to take this every cycle. The answer to both of those questions is no. It's just one course, and you just have to take it the one time before your research cycle ends. And this course will be available when the new rules are effective. Next slide, please. Okay. So we're assuming most licensees will choose this CNT course because who doesn't want to recertify by credit, right? We will also, though, have a short quiz option for anyone that prefers it. Like the CNT course, it will just cover the topics missing. And I'm sure most of you, well, I think you heard me say most of our categories were only missing a few standards. There are some categories that were missing a lot of these required topics, way too many to fit into any one course. So there are also a few categories where EPA added a whole new set of standards that our manuals don't cover at all. Testing will be required for those situations. And that means testing before the end of your research cycle. And we'll go over that in a couple of slides too. Okay, next slide, please. So what does the C&T course cover? That one course I talked about. It's going to cover your core competencies missing from laws and safety and dealer manager, standards missing from the private applicator manuals and exams, including limited and rancher private applicators, standards for the demonstration and research category, which is new, standards missing from the soil fumigation RMM category. So that's the exam that was taken after January 1st, 2013. Insect and disease control standards, any fumigant standards missing from stored grain and fumigant categories, and I'll explain what that means in a bit. The vertebrate pest control standards missing from PCO general and pest animal, and weed control. Next slide, please. So you heard me say testing. So who does need to test? No matter what. Everyone else has a way of keeping their licenses active without testing, but others will have to test. So first of all, that's almost anyone that uses space fumigants or non-soil fumigants. They'll have to take the new space fumigation exam. The only exceptions to this are the folks with stored grain or fumigant categories. EPA added a totally new set of standards for space fumigation or non-soil fumigation, and so that's why the exam has to be taken. Anyone making aerial applications under their license, regardless of the license type, so this includes private applicators, and that goes for space fumigation as well. There are some limited specialty categories that we're going to keep. Oh, yeah. But after the rule change, they will only cover general use pesticides. So if you use RUPs under any of these, you will need to take the category exam that best fits that use. If you added soil fumigation before 2013, you will need to take the updated soil fumigation exam. It doesn't have any of, like a ton of the new standards EPA has in place. If you have public health and you do not work for a government agency or for a contractor that was specifically hired for a public health or medical pest program, you have to get another category. And lastly, if you have a retired category, that's those that haven't been listed in rule in quite some time, you will have to test to get the correct category to continue work under that. So examples of those are like statewide, tree fruit, golf course superintendent, I think is one as well. You can go to the next slide. So there are a ton of category changes, so we don't have time to go through all of those. So this is just a summary. We'll be adding 3 new categories: aerial pest control, space fumigation, and demonstration and research. We'll be merging our 2 insect and disease categories into 1 and 3 weed control categories into 1. These 4 categories listed here will be eliminated because they will be rendered redundant by our other changes. And as they stand now, they do not meet the federal standards. As I mentioned, the limited specialty categories will be changed to only apply to general pesticide use. And there are other miscellaneous changes listed here also. We can go to the next slide. I like to go over in brief some of the other C&T changes you should be aware of. The first is minimum age. Next slide, please. Thank you. Under our previous statute, private applicators could be 16, as most of you know, with all other licensees having a minimum age of 18. So EPA's updated rule requires that all licensed applicators be at least 18. And so because of that, we had to update our minimum age in statute to match. And that was done in 2023 with the Senate bill I mentioned. So this change is already in place. I do want to mention here that the way the law is written, it clarifies that people need to be at least 18 at the time they apply for the license. So for paper-based testing, that's the day of your exam when you come in and fill out that green or beige form. For computer-based testing, you have to be 18 when completing the application online. Next slide, please. So this is a huge change for us, for unlicensed applicators applying under the direct supervision of a licensed applicator. We currently have no minimum age for unlicensed applicators. EPA has set a minimum age for this group with their 2017 rule, so we have to follow suit. That minimum age is 18. This change will be included in the rule change we're working on right now with an effective date of January 1st, 2026. There is one exception to that minimum age for unlicensed applicators. The unlicensed applicator applying federal RUPs under the direct supervision of a licensed applicator can be 16 if they are an immediate family member of that supervising private applicator. So that's key here. So this exception doesn't apply to any other group besides private applicators. That unlicensed person cannot make aerial applications, and they cannot apply a fumigant. Next slide, please. The next significant change is for the direct supervision of non-certified or unlicensed applicators using federal RUPs. Next slide. So direct supervision, that's the state allowance for an unlicensed person to use pesticides as long as they are being supervised by a properly licensed applicator. The new requirement for direct supervision of unlicensed applicators will outline three major things. That's the minimum age, which we just went over, responsibilities of the licensed applicator supervising that unlicensed person. So this is going to include things like explaining any pesticide laws or rules specific to the application, providing use-specific instructions to each unlicensed applicator before they use that RUP, providing training to the unlicensed person on how to use the equipment before that first use of that RUP, and every 12 months after that. And those are just a few of the examples required for the licensed applicator that's a supervisor. There are also training requirements and options for the unlicensed applicator as well. And these requirements will be effective January 1st, 2026 as well. Next slide, please. Prior to the, what time is it? 12:11. Okay. Prior to
You're
the
okay,
updated.
Tina. We can go a little over. Yeah, it's okay.
I don't want to hold you up though. Prior to the updated C&T rule, there were no specific record-keeping requirements for dealers at the federal level. So when they imposed the new rule, Washington State was already ahead of the game. There are a few changes though, as the federal rule goes a little beyond what we have in place now. Next slide, please. So there are three new fields required in dealer record keeping, and these are specific to the sale or distribution of federal RUPs. So this includes the expiration date of the license, has to be recorded, any category that the licensee has that's relevant to the pesticide being sold, and if applicable, any emergency exemption or SLN registration number has to be recorded. So just key thing there, only if applicable, and also only if their existing category doesn't already cover that use. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, C&T resources. So even with a pared down version of all the changes, that's a lot. I wanted to share some resources that we've worked on to help licensees understand all of these C&T changes. I'll have a QR code on each of the resources slides that all go to the same place, directly to our main C&T resources webpage, and all the tools I'm going to show you will be available from that page. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so first we published webinar recordings covering all the C&T requirements and changes. Each topic is separated out into short videos. You know, we didn't want to have one really long video. You have to fast forward and rewind through just to find the information you need. These are available in English and Spanish. Next slide, please. They are also arranged in playlists, so you can choose playlists based on your user group, private applicators, landscapers, PCOs, dealer managers, etc. And only listen only to the information that relates to your license type or situation. So for example, this is the private applicator playlist. Within this list, you can skip around to whatever topic you're interested in. Next slide, please. Okay. We have a requirements by license type chart that has each license type broken out. You'll find your license type and see what you need to do to maintain your license based on your specific situation. In concert with this, licensees must also check the requirements by category chart if they have categories. So next slide, please. Thank you, Savannah. All categories are listed in this chart, including the retired ones. The chart will tell you if you need to test or just take the C&T course. You will see that most categories are covered by the C&T course. Next slide, please. Thanks. We also added a who needs to test chart. So this is the same information from that who needs to test slide I showed you, just in more detail. It lists all situations where current licensees may need to test to keep their license. Don't forget, licensees will have until the end of their research cycle to take and pass that exam. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, we also recently created a C&T one-pager for distribution. There are two versions available, one targeted at licensees and the other targeted at the general public. Both of these are available in English and Spanish. If anyone would like these printed or the PDF shared so they can distribute it, please just let me know and I can send you the files. Okay.
We have
Next
some
slide.
in the back as well.
Yeah, great. Okay, so another resource I wanted to mention is GovDelivery. I know Bradley asked that about to someone else, but we are trying to move from our outdated email blasts to using GovDelivery, less chance of it going to your junk mail or being blocked by servers. If you'd like to receive email notifications from us about these rule changes, about renewing your license, or any other pesticide licensing specific updates, make sure you've opted in through GovDelivery from this link here. This QR code will take you to a web page to sign up. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, outreach. So a last resource I wanted to mention is our outreach activities. So my program staff, in addition to several staff from the compliance program, thank you, Tim, for allowing them to do C&T stuff, have provided presentations to licensees and care holders about the upcoming C&T changes. You know, in general, my program staff doesn't do too many of these, so this was a significant change in the last couple of years to add this. Our plan is to continue this effort in the coming years until our implementation timeline is complete at the end of 2030. Next slide, please. What makes for successful implementation of our C&T changes? So we're hoping to have all the ingredients we need for this. So next slide, please. So key ingredients. We will need, in no particular order, first, all study manuals and exams revised and ready for distribution months before January 1st. Some of the manuals and exams are missing competency standards EPA just listed out in their rules. So, and others are missing quite a bit more. WSU, thank you, Wendy Sue and team, has been working on updating existing and creating new manuals to meet the new standards. The target date for completion, meaning ready for distribution to testers, is October 2025. That's to give time for new licensees to study before the rule change goes into effect if they need to test in January. And also time for my staff to update exams because we have 33 exams to update and get them printed and distributed. New exams will be based on the new manuals, and these will be available from January 1st on paper and via computer-based testing. We have database and application enhancements that are required for many reasons. We have a new application in use right now. We call it Woppler, but enhancements are needed and being worked on right now. It has to be capable of merging, altering, phasing out categories. We'll have a specialty credit assigned for that C&T course I mentioned. It will reassign categories to the new ones in our system automatically. And our Wobbler team is working on a module to make sure this is efficient and streamlined so we're not holding up any licensee from continuing their work. The system also has to block licensees from recertifying if they have not taken the C&T course or taken the new exams. So regardless of if they got their 40 credits, they should not be able to recertify at the end of their cycle if they haven't taken that specific course or taken the appropriate exam. We need to make rule changes. Extensive changes to the rules are required. Almost every pesticide licensing section in the general pesticide rules will be touched in some way. As of now, we're gearing up to finalize the environmental justice assessment and small business economic impact statement, and the CR 102 will be subsequently filed. And last but not least, communication and outreach. I touched on that in the last slide or a few slides ago. We're spending a great deal of time engaging with the regulated community about the changes and developing as many online and printed resources as possible in English and Spanish. So we're planning a C&T mailer for this summer and a follow-up of that this fall to accompany our pesticide licensing renewal reminder, but we'll also keep evolving our online resources as well for our licensees. All these pieces are needed to successfully implement the C&T changes and help our licensees ease into these new requirements. I know it's quite a bit. Hopefully that will have a successful change. Next slide, please. That's it. Any questions? Dave.
Thank you, Tina. Could you talk about a little bit more on the dealer manager section? You mentioned something about license categories and recording license categories. Do I understand that as dealer managers will be required to only sell within those accredited categories moving forward? Is that correct or incorrect?
You will have to record the category that allows that sale. Yeah. So it's whatever category is applicable to the product they're purchasing and the site of application. So the person will need to have that category. Yeah.
Yeah, Christina, this is.
Buy an aquatically licensed product, I have that, but Brent doesn't, so he couldn't.
No, I know, I understand. It's just
complicated.
To administer that's going to be really challenging.
Yeah, no, we know.
Yeah.
And just one more comment that sorry. I'm glad to hear you say that the study literature is going to be out in October. At least that's the stated goal. But if that doesn't happen in 2025 October, I would really encourage you to highly consider pushing implementation back. I know maybe from a regulatory standpoint, it may seem like a year is plenty of time, but at least in agriculture, a year is really the 2 or 3 months in the winter. Because during the growing season, most people are not going to have the capacity to deal with this. And I think it's going to be too compressed if that literature doesn't come out until fall of 26 or anytime 26 for those people that may need to retest to keep their licensing current within that calendar year.
Yeah, we will have study materials available in some capacity by then.
And we will follow up on exactly what you just brought up, Erin, if we're in a situation where we are not ready. Because we definitely hear you on the timelines and availability.
Yeah. And thank you, Tina, for all of your outreach. I know I've seen you out doing that work along with Lindsay, and it's super helpful. So keep up the good work.
Okay, thanks.
Dave Clymer has a question online. Dave, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So, when we reapply for our licenses, we tend to do that in December to avoid the extra cost of crossing the year. So when I talk to our applicators, if they're going to renew, if they would have to meet the 2026, they're not going to be able to renew then until 2026. Is that correct? To take the test? Okay.
No. So, once January 1st, 2026 hits, so you can continue on as normal once January 1st, 2026 hits. Once January 1st comes around, licensees will look at their research cycle, and the end of that research cycle is when they need to meet the new requirements. Does that make sense? So if they're licensed right now, they'll have the minimum amount of time is 1 year. So those people with that 22 to 2026 research cycle will have the least amount of time, but that's still that 1 year to meet those new requirements. And for most people, it's going to be that C&T course. And for others, it might involve testing depending on what use you need access to. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm not articulating that right for you.
Yep, and when we send the slides out, Dave, there's a really good one in there that you can just share with all of your applicators at WDFW. So if they know what their cycle is, because they will get that in their, when they go to research, when they go to reapply in December, it'll show them what their research cycle is. And if it's to 2026, then they'll know then that they have till the end of 2026, likewise for 2027 and beyond. So.
It's slide 8 over if you want to go back and just highlight, if anyone wants to take a screenshot, but we'll send those slides out.
Right there.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah, so no one should be blocked from recertifying or renewing at the end of this year. So if you have that 2021 to 2025 cycle, if you meet the current requirements, you'll recertify, you'll get that 2026 to 2030. Yeah, and you'll get the full 5 years if you're in that situation.
Yeah. Start your schedules. You can see it.
Is there something in the chat?
There is. Samantha said, back to the dealer manager records requirements, the license type would only need to be recorded if it applies to a federal RUP, not state RUP, correct? It would be any RUP in Washington state. Yeah.
So it would apply to all federal and state.
And I'll type that.
The license type.
That's right.
The category would need to be recorded, not license type.
That's the license category that has to be recorded in the new record keep requirements would only apply to state or federal RUPs.
And it would be both.
It'd be both.
I'm gonna put it in the chat too, just in case.
Yeah. Can't see that.
And does that need to be recorded, just recorded or demonstrated on BOLs or any other accompanying paperwork?
Dealer record.
Just dealer records?
Dealer record keeping. Yeah, this is specific to the dealer record keeping requirements.
Thank you so much, Tina.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Tina.
Really
Okay.
helpful.
Thank you.
We're gonna go till 1 for lunch, so we have a full half hour. And that's what we'll
We'll
do.
just reconvene.
I got 'em quick.
Reconvene, yeah.
Sounds good. Reconvene at 1.
Thank you. The questions were great, so we wanted to give time for that.
Yes. And there's all sorts of snacks in the back if you didn't have a chance to bring your
Job span.
All right, we will get started here. Let me just share my screen again. Oh, admit some people.
Hold on, I'm readmitting.
All right. Oh, you can hear me.
My phone won't let
Oh, we're loading. We're loading.
me. Frozen.
Yeah, we're frozen.
Step on. That'll help.
Plug it back in.
Okay.
All right, good. Oh, now we're just totally frozen. All right. Sorry. One moment.
You wanna point something out right now? How would I
Says
look
baby
through my
China.
glasses?
Oh, all right. Great.
These minus eights are not feeling enough, that's what I'm telling you. Screen is really small.
We're gonna have to, oh, nope, frozen again. Cool.
Really?
Oh.
Pretty much.
Okay, thanks for bearing with us. We don't have the best internet here, obviously. Okay. Present. No.
So close. Lucky go ahead and start.
Delina, we might have to use your computer.
If it's not dead, but
Cool.
there is a plug in the middle. Yeah.
She's got a plug in too.
Sort of necessary.
I have it on my computer. You want me to pull up my computer?
Do you?
Oh, but then yeah.
Is it downloaded on your
Mine's
desktop?
Desktop, I downloaded it, so.
Plug in. So I can try one more time.
The problem is I'm not logged in on the Wi-Fi, so you'll have to. Okay, so I have it open.
Well, I don't know how to do that then.
I don't know. Yeah, because I get one sign.
There's your power strip down there.
That's catching up.
Okay, let's try this one more time, guys. Oh, back
That sound is
Back to the start.
back to the start.
on the slide. I'm glad we're really ill prepared for this. Grade 111.
All right, sorry guys, one sec. We have technical difficulties, it turns out.
Okay, now they can hear.
All right, can anyone hear us online? And if you can somebody put it in the chat?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. So we're gonna skip ahead while we try to get tech working and do our open discussion. Did anyone of it, either here in the room or online, have anything that they wanted to share or were hoping for information about that hasn't been covered already today? I will give a quick thing, just because I think it's probably of interest. 2 weeks ago, WSU and WSTA co-hosted the Western Region Pesticide Meeting. It was the first meeting of state lead agencies and primacy groups that do pesticide, either do pesticide education through the PSEPs, or they do pesticide registration, compliance, or enforcement work. We had 40 tribes represented by 3 individuals that participated in the meeting from the Western region. We had people travel from American Samoa and Guam to participate in the meeting and talk about pesticide education and pesticide technical assistance. We did some of the ESA stuff you saw presented. We did some of that. We got out in the field. Wendy Sue's team and our team worked together on this, and we had, how many people in person? We had 80?
68 in person and 89-ish online.
So it was a really great meeting. It was the group had met since 2018. And that was in Bismarck, North Dakota. It was a much smaller group in Bismarck. For some reason, the Vancouver, Portland area drew more people than Bismarck. But the meeting went really, really well. It was a great opportunity for the organizations that are working in the pesticide space to do a lot of what we do at this table, but do it as a region. So talk about how we're working on worker protection standards or, application exclusion zone issues across the country, which are issues that we share with our partners at LNI, or talking about the CNT rule updates and what's worked and what hasn't worked. Some of the stuff we're seeing with registrations that are problems, the ESA issues and how they're being tackled differently in different states. And certainly how we're tackling a lot of the education needs, including Flora's program, and the work that our TSC is doing and others are doing. So I think it was really successful. I think we've got both Colorado and Montana on the hook to potentially host meetings in the future so that they won't be a Washington-centric thing. It was a really good venue to have conversation and dialogue amongst the state lead agencies that do this work. We had partners, Bradley came down and participated in a panel for us, which was really great. I don't know, do you want to add anything, Wendy Sue?
I think you covered it well. It was great to have us in person because, as you know, that is where the rubber hits the road. The conversations in the background, when we put the agenda together, we had it more open panelists, so we had more conversation around it as opposed to just a PowerPoint. So that was very successful as well. Made it comfortable for anybody who was attending to participate. So it was well received, and we're thinking about making it reoccur. We do it every 2 years, but we're thinking about maybe every 18 months would be more appropriate, especially now with all that's going on with pesticides. And we have some big changes, some heavy hits that we're trying to navigate through here.
Yeah, so anybody else want to add anything to the open discussion?
I would like a request. During the neonic discussion, the neonicotinoids, we have a lot of outreach that we need to create and different audiences we need to target for that as we implement the changes. So I guess we were just kind of looking for feedback or maybe ideas or things that people have done in their agencies and their groups that have been successful for outreach. And I think there's a lot of room for outreach materials and a lot of the topics we've covered. So just ideas, anyone has any they'd like to share. You can also email it. You can send it right now.
Everybody is feeling comatose after all. No. The light refreshments.
I have some, I guess, reflections on that. This is Abby Nicholson for anybody who's online. I've been a part of those pesticide recertification courses for several years now. I find that valuable in looking towards the future. I would, I don't want to create our own meetings all the time, and I continually see this overlap between, the state agencies need to get this information out, how do we do it, and it's a continual challenge, but I'm looking to add other programs, and I eyeball the WSU field days of like, can I get 5 minutes to speak at the WSU, any sort of field
They're
day?
already happening.
Because they're already happening, is that an opportunity? It becomes, who do you know who's organizing those and how do you get on the agenda? I have utilized public comment periods at various board meetings, like for most of the time I utilize the Conservation District board meetings. And it takes a phone call, can I speak? Sometimes I actually get put on the actual agenda. Sometimes you just get a few minutes at those public comment periods. And then one thing I'm looking to from soil health is their peer-to-peer engaging other growers to say, what they're, in the realm of soil health. I'm not sure if it's completely appropriate for neonicotinoid, but using that peer-to-peer communication instead of the information coming from us. That's just, these are my reflections on maybe where to go.
The fair booths are another idea. That's the exact same way that the voluntary stewardship program has been utilizing and seeing success. Is a lot of it is like farmers talking to farmers. We'll be at a meeting together and they'll ask a question of like, how many of the farmers in this room are doing this mitigation practice or this NRCS conservation measure? And when, 6 or 7 of them raise their hand and then they see who doesn't raise their hand, there's a little bit of work that's done in peer-to-peer pressuring to get those people on board, especially because the farmers talk about how much benefit they've gotten out of it. Usually because they got either regulatory relief or some other benefit from the program, but a lot of it is not driven by us talking about, oh, you could adopt all these different practices. It's more, what practices are the people in the room using, and then them talking amongst each other, similar to what we just did with the panel experiences the last couple of weeks. It's like, it's a much better and more effective way to kind of share the knowledge and information than PowerPoints.
Something that I took away from the Western Region Pesticide meeting is somebody said nobody reads anymore, and Katie and I on the drive over were talking about that. The reports maybe aren't nearly as effective as we'd like them to be.
When everything started rolling out with ESA, we worked with the Washington State University, worked with Washington State Department of Agriculture to put together what what we were going to be saying about it. And WSU attended the field days just to let people know your labels are changing. That label that you've been using for 13 years that you have memorized, you now need to look at it again. So we could definitely work with you to get out to the field days. Very effective, a good reach. I know the Lind field days is really great.
That one gets a lot.
And the weed field days, both of those would be good ones to target.
Well, and actually the Lind one would be a good one for us to do share neonic information too.
Yeah.
Just when I think about people that, might hear through the grapevine that something's happening with neonics and, they're kind of in that more bee-centric type area. So.
Does it work outside of presenter mode?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Okay.
So, yeah, it just won't go in presenter mode.
Okay.
All right. So, okay, I will share.
We have a comment in the chat. So regarding neonics, I know WDFW has a representative, Taylor Cotton, on the pollinator committee, reaching out to him and asking to add a note to our diversity backyard website as, did you know about the neonic restriction? And this is why is the benefit to pollinators, they help get the word out.
I think that's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, David.
And Taylor's been great about working with us. So.
You want to? I can go take.
Anything else for open discussion, Kelly?
Just, is there anything else from the room? Or online? Are people feeling good about this format? We had talked about originally about only trying to do one in-person meeting and one that's completely virtual. Every year we're meeting twice a year. Do we want to try to do a hybrid like this going forward? Do people see the value of trying to do some of this in person if we can? I'm totally supportive of it. If that's something we want, we can pick a centralized location so as many people as possible can do like they did today and travel in and then travel back if they want. So
I'm supportive as well.
in person is good. Yeah. Okay. That's helpful information for the fall meeting.
There's a comment about drone applications.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it just said, I'm curious about drone applicators in the state.
Yeah, we can bring, for the fall meeting, we can do something that talks a little bit more about what's happening with drone application, and we have a drone coordinator in our division. Literally
Yeah.
brand new, started on May 1st, so he will be brand new in that job.
So just to bring everybody up to speed, changes in compliance, Gary Cochran, who's been with the agency for 35 years, is retiring the end of this month. Gary's our division drone coordinator, and Chris Sutherland, who's been with us for the last 20 years as an investigator, has accepted the promotion to double fill Gary's position for the rest of this month. So as soon as we get Chris up to speed, yes, including him on, a fall on drone applications, absolutely. Chris is working towards his FAA Part 107 licensing for drone operations, but no, that's where we're at with drones. If you want to know more specifics about drone applications, you can reach out to me directly, and I can get you in touch with Gary or Chris, or try and answer the question to the best of my abilities. Was there a specific question, Delina?
No, it just was more vague about just drones in general. So I like the idea of queuing it up for conversation for next session. And I'm just putting, again, that was Tim Stein. I put his name in the chat. It's okay. It's always hard. Yeah, I remember. I don't know if they can hear us. That's all it was. Yeah. I don't see anything else in the chat.
On that subject, Bradley for our labor and industries, on that subject of a conversation about drones, would it be possible to get a demonstration at like the next in-person? I know WSU, they have a pretty robust ag technology program. Wavcoat has some pretty incredible drones that I've seen demonstrated at WSU Build Days. I don't know if that'd be of interest to attendees actually get some. If you haven't seen it before to see how some of those drones function.
So you want us to reach out to WSU about potential drone?
I can reach out to that.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Any other requests? I like that. Like what you'd like to see. Ideas for presentations. If you'd like to learn more about the topic of pesticides for next meeting.
Bradley Farrar again, would it be possible to send out a request for potential topics? And as we learn things and that to ensure that we're getting robust input from all members of the regulated community as well as advisory board members.
Thank you. We do like a survey on our website or something, and
I can follow up with the email survey, but also you can always email the PAB email if you have any topic requests or questions anytime.
yeah. Okay, thank you. Nothing else in the chat.
Okay, are we ready to move on to, okay, all right. Wendy Sue, take it away.
All right, take two. So our program is, I'll just start over because people online couldn't hear. Our program is looking to hire a position in our Puyallup Research and Extension Center for urban IPM outreach. So one of my goals for 2025 was to hire someone in the Puyallup area on the west side. This is our program to kind of give you an idea. We're in the entomology department. what all the different things that we do, including the IPM trainer. So the IPM person would be supporting recertification, pre-license, or our resources side. So I'm going to talk about a brief introduction of the role and the importance in our organization. So duties and responsibilities, about 50% of it is going to be training coordinator. 10% is going to work on internet courses. 15% is development of outreach material. So it really kind of segues nice into some of the conversations we've had about outreach and how we can support that. 10% will be HortSense website, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. And 10% is service to state, regional, and national. It's important for our program to stay on top of what's going on at the state, the regional, and the national level. So under that training and coordination, so they'll have leadership and integrated pest management for the state, improving what we have with integrated pest management, updating information. So they'll put together comprehensive training programs, and that will be, it'll be online, it'll be webinars, it'll be internet courses, it'll be face-to-face, it'll be hands-on workshops. So diverse that, and they will also support the Master Gardener program. So our program does pesticide safety education for Master Gardeners. And a lot of the Master Gardeners are very apprehensive about pesticides. So we spend a lot of time having them become comfortable with talking about pesticides. And I always love to use the story that the one lady was at her mother's house, and mother's like, what's this yellow or this white stuff on my petunias? And they said, well, it's aphids. They went back into the house, and then all of a sudden they hear, shh. They go back out, and the mother's spraying Raid on the aphids, I always tell that to the Master Gardeners to, empower the people to make good decisions about pesticides. So, internet course development, they'll do module content development, annual updates and revisions. So that'll be exciting to have. Thank you. And then outreach material. So resource creation, what's needed. And does it need to be a video? Is it a handout? And then also they will also help with manuals. I wrote that in there, definitely important to maintain and enhance. So HortSense is a resource for home gardeners. It was put together by Carrie Foss many years ago, and it's an excellent resource. It's somewhere where homeowners can go on a website and look up a particular pest, and then they have all the information about that pest, the biology of that pest, so they can understand with integrated pest management how to deal with it, and then all the different ways to treat it, whether it's cultural, whether it's mechanical, and of course the pesticide perspective. So there's over 1,000 fact sheets in HortSense. So this person will be responsible for those, keeping those updated, making the new ones that are coming out. And that is to assist home gardeners in managing those plant problems. So that this person will do website management, look for user engagement and how we need to update that, and also policy development for WSU. So the impact of HortSense is to help homeowners make informed decisions and have it in an easy to use, understandable for different levels of homeowners. Because you have homeowners that are really serious about what's going on. Then you have some people that are interested in taking control of pests in their homes. So collaboration and relationships are extremely important. I'm so thankful that I have a great relationship with Washington State Department of Agriculture that help guide the program and where we should focus on. But there'll be stakeholder engagement with local, state, and federal entities and industry associations, stakeholder groups. So I see this person work with Master Gardeners. They also have a bit of specialty in there. So they'll work for the pest management professionals, structural pest, anything urban, anything home will be wrapped up in this program. I'm lucky I got through the WSU halt on hiring. So we interviewed 3 people yesterday. They were excellent candidates, and we have one that rose to the top. So I'm hopeful that I'll get that through the provost office and hired into the position as soon as I can. Next slide. So this contributes to the improvement of pesticide safety education with that focus on integrated pest management. Know your pest, know what you're treating and how you're treating it. Looking for development of those high quality training materials and maintenance of valuable resources, including Hortons. So what we discussed when we did the agenda was to open this up and get your input on things that we will be needing to focus on. You know, Kelly told me about a lot that's going on with homeowners. We're finding pesticides that potentially are coming from a homeowner source. We have the neonicotinoids that information's coming out. So what else do you see which would be good to direct this new position? Yes.
If they're giving talks, because apparently people don't read anymore, make sure that they emphasize during the talk that they need to actually read the label and follow the label, because I've been running into that with people who are not licensed applicators, that they very proudly are like, oh, I never read the label. And then she was like, and it smelled really bad, and I think I killed some of my bees, and I'm just like.
Katie, you bring up a really great point, and something that we strive in our program to not only read the label, but read and follow the label, because the label's the law. So that's thank you.
The other thing is maybe emphasize like what makes a good source for finding out information on how to control a pest.
Especially in the urban environment, yeah.
Because the same person that was like, oh, I never read a label was also like, oh, I'm learning how to control varroa mite from my friend in Turkey.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah,
and using products they recommend. I'm like, no.
We've learned a lot with the master gardener too. Like milk kills party of mildew. I don't see any research that says vitamin D kills party of mildew. And the vinegar or baking soda, and all that baking soda does is you're piling it on, you're changing the soil. Yeah, great point.
I think for us, and kind of bringing it back to the human health aspect, a lot that we run into, because when we're talking to them, something has already happened. It's this idea that, well, I bought it at the store. Like, so it must be, so why couldn't I use it everywhere? Like, what?
There's like reason you can't eat Doritos for every meal.
Yeah, like this idea that because they didn't need something special to purchase it, they didn't need anything. How could it? Why did I need to read why did I need to read this label? Why did I need to have glasses on? If I could have just purchased, if I can just go purchase it? Because I know the really bad stuff, you have to have something special to go purchase.
Gosh, I love that, for knowing that perspective. Thank
So
you for
it's
sharing that.
when we're talking to them, we're at that point already. Yeah.
Right. That's excellent. That's an excellent point.
I would also love, and I don't know how well it fits in, but as you talk about urban IPM and you talk about pesticides and the label and the fact that anything that's a pesticide, regardless of where you buy it, is a pesticide because it kills or repels something, is the organic versus non-organic. So like there's a lot, I think, of misconception in that space. And I think especially for homeowners, I think they really struggle. They're like, oh, but it's okay because it's organic. It's like, just because it's organic, it means it's derived from nature. That doesn't actually, it's still a pesticide. And I think especially from the master gardener perspective, that could be really valuable to share because I don't think that they always know that.
Excellent.
And vinegar has a danger signal word.
It's in my master gardener training.
It's got a danger
Irreversible eye damage on the label. I found it at Home Depot. I'm like, oh, click. That's going in the presentation.
That's one that we use, I know that Danny and Patrick use that for the master gardener training in Spokane, but, putting a glyphosate label with the glyphosate blacked out and next to an acetic acid, vinegar with the name crossed out, and everybody says they see danger and corrosive and personal protective equipment, and everybody says, well, we wouldn't use that one, we'd use this one over here that's safe, and it's glyphosate. So, I think it's an eye-opening thing for the master gardeners, but they're also not making recommendations on pesticides.
They can make recommendations from WSU approved sources. Okay. So that's approved through our program.
Right.
And HortSense.
Right, HortSense.
So they can make, but they cannot, they can. But they often choose not to go out to like pickle and do something. Right. But they use the WSU vetted sources.
And they can direct people back. I've seen lots direct people back to the HortSense web page and say, here are the active ingredients. And I've seen lots of them do that, where they won't recommend an actual product, they'll recommend, you know, like, oh, it's a blackberry problem, triclopyr in the fall, you know, or whatever. So
We have a comment that really echoes what we're saying here. It says, better public education regarding how to safely use the pesticide a homeowner is using. Too many homeowners believe the pesticides they are purchasing are watered down and safe to use carelessly without any protective equipment, etc.
And you can still buy concentrates at the store. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'll just say from, from Department of Health, our toxicology section, one of the things that we have really learned in the last years about these kinds of public health educational missions is that we need to engage non-toxicologists who are certified health educators. There is an expertise in health education that really helps us craft those messages to reach people so that they understand what we're trying to say. So if you have access, if that position has access to someone within Wazoo who's kind of got that health education certification, they might want to collaborate and partner with that person a little bit on some of the messages that are particularly focused on consumer education. We've just found that it just helps those conversations so much better than the way that we've always kind of think, oh, if we just take our technical document, we'll make it a nice one pager, we'll just send it out. That'll work. It doesn't work. So we've learned so much from bringing health educators onto our team about how to really re-message things. So
That's awesome. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you. Great conversations. And
Yeah, I would echo the talk around a risk and what risk, the perception of risk.
Yeah.
And what the risk is can be completely separate. So it is
just
keep
think
more
about it differently.
health educators. I also
Yeah.
think it from a science education.
And there
point of view,
is
breaking it down to.
certification that
Yeah.
those folks have to get that training.
I wanted to ask Wendy, how is this position different? I may have missed the very beginning, but how is this position different than the positions that you have already? And what hole is it filling? Exactly.
That's an excellent question. So WSU switched from having an East Side, West Side program to a statewide program. So now we have a statewide recertification person. We have a statewide pre-licensed person. But the need in a lot that's going on in the urban area, we're now going to bring someone on that's statewide for integrated pest management. They're going to be focusing on maybe bringing back the integrated pest management certification program that we had before that was so popular and hear about every single year. WSU was really big on school IPM. And that is now required by fire stations and state agencies and police stations. So this position would start becoming more interactive with that. So some of the issues that are going on from the urban perspective, they will help with pesticide safety education, but their main focus will be working on that urban area and issues that are going on in the urban area. And I don't know, Kelly, if you want to add anything to that.
No, but I think there's a good follow-up in the comments.
Yeah, it says, wouldn't it be advantageous to implement an FFA class program in public schools, et cetera? So I don't know if that's specifically related to this position, if there's some coordination involved there, or if it's a different.
We could talk about curriculum development. I mean, we
Yeah.
talked about this at the WRPM meeting. It would be interesting as this person got to know their kind of universe of focus and space to identify, are there specific things that could be, kind of classroom delivered, so that we start again at that younger level and we do the earlier learning piece. So then we have adults that know that the labels the law because they learned it when they were
absolutely
instead of 25.
We have been contacted by FFA and the other is just eluding me right now, 4-H, to put together curriculum for pesticides. And we are becoming more and more involved with that. The Ag Technology and Management Program at WSU does pesticide calibration with the FFA that comes through. So we are definitely broadening. This year, I just happened to tell my team we couldn't do that because we're focusing on the study manuals. We're trying to meet those deadlines for the study manuals. But our team is very excited about becoming more involved with FFA and
The neat thing is we're seeing more urban FFAs be rebooted. So like FFA had kind of gone the way of the dinosaur in urban areas, and we're starting to see an increase in FFA access. And then where we don't have access to FFA because they don't have an ag educator, we're seeing the Manners program, which is at WSU, which is awesome. It also be launched, and that's minorities in ag, natural resources and related sciences. And so in that space, we've seen adoption now in totally urban high schools. They're doing curriculum sets that are relevant, and they don't have to have an ag advisor or teacher like FFA, which has been a huge improvement because so there's a lot of venues in the urban area that might be really of interest, especially because their school properties are being treated, you know, there's just a lot of, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of opportunities there once that network starts getting built out in this position.
And Manners is great. I've been interactive just as a WSU employee with Manners, so.
Yes.
Thank you for broadening that.
Yeah, we're excited.
Kim?
Also, like, as a comment, we need to put together a pollinator education plan that will include pesticide safety, and Priya should be starting to work on that. If your new person also wants to help on that as well,
yeah,
that would be great because I'm planning on pulling in my new technician who used to be a high school teacher.
Oh, fantastic.
And he's already helping develop.
I was like, I have one of those. It helps.
He's so helpful. We're putting together a whole bunch of new outreach materials around pollinators and pollinator safety that
Excellent.
are fabulous. So.
Well, that's good to know. Just from our program, we always promote the pollinators and have it at all our trainings and.
Cle Elum. Education, that'd be great.
I just had a couple of points. One on the discussion of the school, getting a program back into the elementary schools. You know, like Kelly said, we have a K through 12 pesticide, rules that we'd also incorporate with that. So we can work with, your new person. But the other one that I was thinking of as far as Katie saying that nobody reads anymore, working with media programs on campus to develop some short little videos like what Tina has for the licensing section, 5-10 minute videos. Since nobody wants to read, everybody will sit around and watch a video, before they go to bed at night. So
I in the program, I have worked in many aspects because I can't just fully fund full-time positions for things, but we have a educator at WSU called Dr. Universe, and they answer a lot of kids' questions. And she has reached out to me recently and said, hey, how can I help your program? I'm like, oh, so videos is really great. So, and I heard from her yesterday, so thank you. That's
because you need 13 things to do this year.
That's right.
I was actually thinking 30 things.
30 things.
30 things.
My strength, it's getting a little bendy, but strength. This is excellent. Thank you very much. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Anybody else?
Comment. Dr. Universe's full name is Wendy C. Universe.
A lot of people think it's me. It is not. But that is her name.
That's great.
No, it's a great. Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your time and your input. I really appreciate that.
Can I interrupt? Sorry, I've had my hand up for a little while. This is Marie from EPA. Just one more comment, just one more pitch for the school IPM area, I guess. I'm a part of a IPM working group that started, I think, several decades ago. That started working on school IPM, and I know Carrie Foss did a lot of trainings and in-person trainings around that. There's a lot of buzz around that this year because I know the legislature is considering adding school IPM to the code, not in terms of like a pesticide, like WSDA would not be investigating that, but just having the language of schools should have an IPM plan. And then I think it would be the county health folks that would be kind of looking into that and enforcing that. So an opportunity to kind of maybe target those county health people and train them in some IPM practices, and then school maintenance staff, of course, could always, there's a lot of turnover there, could use those refreshers as well. So I'd be happy to connect with this person and connect them with people in Oregon who have done a lot of those trainings as well.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Lori.
And then we have one more. Jill, go ahead. If you can unmute.
We're not hearing you yet.
Jill, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and unmute. Well, let me unmute her. There's no way for you to unmute somebody. Jill Silver. I can raise her hand, but I can't.
Maybe on the, like, participant list.
She.
Somebody took their hand up.
Okay. All right. Well, her hand is gone.
Or she could put whatever she wanted to ask in chat.
You have one chat, Summers.
They're looking at the chat.
Okay, I finally got unmuted. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Okay.
for taking
Thank you,
the minutes.
Jill.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment, and I've been wanting to, I have proposed in the past to Greg Halbrecht and a couple of other folks at WSDA, and wanted to bring it to the attention of the Pesticide Advisory Board to think about providing a very pared down, very targeted restoration herbicide applicators license with an aquatic endorsement that only uses backpack and hand sprayers and cut stump treatments or frill treatments, very tightly trained and only using aquatically labeled herbicides. And we only use glyphosate, imazapyr, and very occasionally triclopyr on roadsides where there's no water. So what we have a really hard time doing is getting licensed applicators, and we have 25 staff. And we work from in 3 counties, 8 large watersheds, and thousands of acres on invasives on the coast of the Olympic Peninsula. So we're hiring locally, providing lots of jobs, and we have a very hard time getting crew leads who are licensed with aquatic endorsements, including through our WCC crews. They have a hard time getting their folks licensed. Having to take the exams and pass aerial applications and insecticide, pesticide, rodenticide, fungicide, mildicide information in the multiple choice questions, as well as herbicide information, just isn't what we do. What we're doing is protecting native biodiversity and native plants. We never spray flowers. We never spray pollinators. We don't get herbicide on the ground. We're just incredibly careful. We would like to work with you and WSU, SDA, and WISC to talk about whether or not there could be such a consideration for a restoration applicator's license. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Jill. I appreciate it. And I know your group does very, very specialized and targeted work on the peninsula. And I know that there is a lot of difficulty around that. So we'll continue talking about that. And I'll reach out to you and we can chat more.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, all right, we will skip over to.
Jill just launched us right into the public comment.
Yeah, that's great.
So, which is great. Thank you for that. Do we have any other public comments? In the room, online?
I haven't seen one.
I meant to do that in the public comment period, sorry.
Jill, you're totally fine. We knew that. I knew that the minute you started talking. When I saw you sign on, I was like, I bet Jill is here to talk specifically in the public comment period. So it's great.
Hey, this is Dave Heimer. Public comment period. Just something circling back on the neonic issue. You know, something I thought about. I sent Taylor Cotton an email just to say, hey, put this on your radar. But I was also thinking that when it's time to put out the notification to the public, you may want to be careful about advertising that too soon. I could see people making a run on neonics to stock up on those as well before the shelves are empty. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to do.
I completely hear you, Dave. I could see that happening, like DDT all over again. We're still finding stores of it everywhere. Just in case it's like a little thing again. Just say toilet paper.
She did.
Toilet paper is better than DDT. Yeah, no, I think that that's a great point. I think the timing on that is a big deal. For sure.
I'll comment on what Dave just said. Actually, I was in Home Depot the other day because I have a mealybug outbreak on some ornamentals. I was looking for a neonic. Actually, they're all off the shelves, although I did find one product that seemed to have, I think it had a little imidacloprid in it. It was a drench type product. So all of the neonicotinoids that they used to have are off the shelves. I didn't even see a acetamiprid, which is actually, I don't like classifying things. I like understanding individual chemicals. Not all neonicotinoids are the same. Acetamiprid is one of the lowest toxicity things to bees. Spinosad, which has certified organic formulations, is much more toxic to bees than acetamiprid is. But